Morning, everybody. I'll call the meeting to order. This is the Tuesday, December 5th, open session, special council meeting of December 5th, 2023. Calling the meeting to order. Our business today is to do the operating, water and wastewater, and special projects budgets. Deputy Mayor, do you? Oh. You're doing the adoption of the agenda? Thank you. And you're seconding it, Councillor Warren? All in favor? And that's passed. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything on the agenda for today?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, not a pecuniary interest, but just perhaps a note that as co-founder of the City of Kawartha Lakes Community Foundation, I won't be voting on that matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 4 is correspondence. We have correspondence regarding a budget request from the Kawartha Lakes Museum and Archives from Ms. Shelley Pekin. Can I have a motion that the correspondence regarding a budget request from the Kawartha Lakes Museum and Archives be received? Councillor Smeaton, seconder. Councillor McDonald, all in favor? And that's passed. Item 4.2 is correspondence regarding the Lindsay Downtown Business Improvement Association, CCTV Decision Unit, Wesley Found Chair, that the correspondence from Mr. Found, Chair, Lindsay Downtown Business Improvement Association, regarding the Business Improvement Association CCTV Decision Unit be received. Councillor McDonald, seconder, Councillor Joyce, all in favor? Thank you. Item 5 is a report. And the report is on the proposed 2024 tax-supported operating budget, proposed 2024 special projects budget, and proposed 2024 water-wastewater capital and operating budget. Can I have a motion to receive that, please? Deputy Mayor Richardson, seconder, Councillor McDonald. Oh, sorry, Councillor Yeo, I'll get you. All in favor? And that's passed. And I'll now turn it over to Director Bokaboom to give us an update on the report. And there are motions to follow. Director.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Thank you, Council, for your patience and diligence in bringing forward this Mayor proposed budget this morning. Before I commence, I've gone to some of you in eScribe, just making sure you have the report Corp 2023-025 opened to follow along with this morning. Thank you. So the proposed mayor's budget and staff are very pleased to present to you today a budget at 2.99% plus the 1.5 special tax levy for the infrastructure. The water and wastewater budget remains at 3% as it has been and adheres to the long-term financial plan and the water-wastewater study. On page 3, we just commenced with a little bit of background, how we started at a $16 million challenge over and above the 3% we were attempting to achieve. We have completed, in some cases, recommended amendments in the attached appendices of this report, and others are recommended, and that has now taken us from what was in your draft budget in October, 4.56, to 3.99 when we completed the capital last week, to now 2.99 with further refinements to the budget. The budget continues to maintain service level at the delivery you've become set and adopted. We have positioned the city for growth readiness. We've reflected growth projection impacts on both revenue and expenditures in this budget. We continue to invest in the retention and attraction of staff. We continue to build our reserves to support fiscal sustainability and the longer-term goal of reducing reliance on the debt for the state of good repair capital needs. We've addressed post-pandemic inflationary pressures and other unknowns, and yet we still maintain within the long-term financial plan taxpayer affordability and the achievement of our long-term goals. Page 5 and 6 of the report walk you through some of the reserve impacts on this budget, as well as the various impacts on the property taxation. It's a myriad of some different factors, and the report walks you through what those are. What I do want to highlight on page 7 and 8, when we get to the impact property assessment, Council is fully aware, and the public, we're still at 2016 levels until impact reassesses our assessed values. So to highlight for you the impact of a 2.99% on an average residential detached home in the city of Kawartha Lakes at 2016 impact values, a home would be worth $264,000, and the impact of this 2.99% is equivalent to approximately $108 per household. For those in Lindsay, for the households outside of Lindsay, it's approximately an $85 impact. Page 8 of the report reviews again the special projects that are one-time in nature. They don't result in a tangible capital asset. Page 10 and 11 get into the water and wastewater budget. Again, just to highlight, the city bills quarterly. Your bill includes quarterly and variable rates, both of which are within the average 3% we've been referring to. And we walk through how the average household consumes approximately 178 meters cubed. So the impact of a 3% increase could be somewhere in the neighborhood of $40 to $50 per annum. Page 11 of the report again walks through the capital at 12.2. To note, most significantly in this budget, it includes a significant growth-related need, which is the Lindsay Water Treatment Plant expansion for the environmental assessment to prepare and ready us for the expected growth. Attached to the report are appendices that walk you through the recommended amendments for you to arrive at the 2.99 and match the resolutions on the first page of your report. So Appendix A walks you through the operating budget refinements. Appendix B walks you through the special projects impact and the resultant on the tax levy. And Appendix C walks you through the water and wastewater capital budget amendments required. Included with your agenda package today are also the questions and answers. Staff have been gathering and working with you. Thank you for the passionate volume of questions that came in. We were hopping in the last few weeks and hope we've answered them to your satisfaction. So attachment 6.1 on your agenda are the Q&A for the operating budget. Item 6.2 are the Q&A for the agencies, boards, and committees. The mayor will then walk you through also agenda item 6.3, the decision units, to make impact on this operating budget. And then we'll turn our attention finally to 7.1, the special projects budget, and 8.1, the water and wastewater operating budget for capital. And with that, we'll revert it back to the mayor, who will guide us through the Q&A and the decision units, and we'll start with the operating budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do I need to receive? Sorry.
I think you already received.
I received the report.
Yep, I think a motion received.
Good. Can I have a motion to receive Director Bokaboom's verbal? Councillor Warren, seconder. Councillor Perry. Are there any questions on the verbal report? Seeing none. Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, one question. When the houses are reassessed, when will the people know the increase of their houses and what their taxes will be, because that'll be based on our taxes also?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we've been watching the province diligently. We anticipate that we won't be reassessed anytime before 2025. However, an increase in assessment base is not automatically an increase in your taxes. It's just a different base with which we then impose the tax rate. So just because our assessment base goes up, it doesn't mean that our taxes go up. There's just a larger base to spread our needs across.
Anything more? Okay, we already did the receive. We have 4 proposed items that in order to get to the 2.99. So the first item is that the tax-supported operating budget be amended in accordance with Appendix A to report 2024-025, inclusive of a reduction of $2,221,497. I have a mover and seconder for that. Deputy Mayor Richardson. Seconder, Councillor Yeo. Any questions on that? Seeing none. All in favor? And that passes. The second item is the 2024 Special Projects Budget be amended in accordance with Appendix B to report 2024-025, inclusive of a net reduction of $37,500. I have a mover and seconder. Councillor McDonald, Councillor Joyce. Go ahead, Councillor Warren.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I must have, you've already gone through Appendix A?
Yeah, well, we're going to come back.
You're coming back to that because I have a bunch of questions.
We're getting to the 2.99.
Okay.
And then we'll do the questions and we'll do the decision units.
Well, it's Appendix A and, okay.
Yeah,
All
okay.
right, thank you.
All in favor?
The report's for 2024, but it's actually 2023.
Okay. All in favor, sorry. Hands up, hands up. Thank you. And that's passed. Just an amendment to that. It should be 2023-025, not 2024. We haven't passed New Year's yet, so. Okay. So that the water and wastewater capital budget be amended in accordance with Appendix C to report 2023-025, inclusive of a net reduction of $695,000. Mover and seconder. Deputy Mayor Richardson. Councillor Smeaton. All in favor? And that's passed. Finally, that the tax-supported operating special projects water-wastewater operating and water-wastewater capital budgets as amended be deliberated by council. Councillor Perry, Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that's passed. We now move to item 5.1, which is the memorandum regarding St. George Street. Dr. Found, did you wish to wax eloquent on this?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. So through you, I believe last week when tax-supported capital budget was deliberated and a decision unit was adopted for the design for the reconstruction of St. George Street, that at that time staff did note that that would entail a subsequent need for there to be a corresponding design put into the water-wastewater capital budget. So this is just simply making sure that we follow through with that expectation.
Thank you. Any questions on that? The motion is that the memorandum from Dr. Found be received and that the capital budget be amended to include a design capital project entitled St. George Street Mains, Queen Street to Coburn Street, in the amount of $45,000 be financed equally by the Water Reserve and the Wastewater Reserve. You're moving that, Councillor Smeaton. And seconder, Councillor McDonald. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's passed. We'll now move to item 6, which is the proposed 2024 operating budget. And the question and answer document, which is in your package. We'll go through each question as we did with the capital budget, and make sure that everybody has their questions answered as they wished, and we'll go on from there. Thank you. So the first question is a general question from Councillor Perry. What innovative instruments exist, have been considered, are available to fund the budget items? Is that a sufficient answer for you, or did you have others?
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, question posed, question answered sufficiently. I guess just in terms of the overall return of the question and answer document, I noticed that several councillors' questions when the document was returned had been paraphrased or redacted or generalized. And I certainly understand the need for expediency in doing so. However, the document is a public document. It isn't just a staff tool or an administrative instrument. It's very important, at least to me, that constituents see the questions that were posed as posed for a variety of reasons, and that, as was done last year and with the capital budget. So I would just ask, as we proceed, if those could be posted as well in their original form, so that the public has access to our questions as elected officials as they were posed.
I'll let the CAO answer this, but basically, sometimes the questions are worded in such a way that they're either obscure or they have other issues with them, and we're trying to be as transparent, open, and efficient as possible in trying to distill them down. But I'll let the CAO answer.
Just on that, Mayor, thank you. I know that several of my questions, there were so many that were redacted, sorry, not redacted, I apologize for the term, paraphrased or summarized, otherwise represented, that didn't involve personal information, that didn't involve anything that was of a confidential or sensitive nature. So my request is, again, that these be published in their original form, and if there's a constituent issue, that's on us as elected officials to follow up, and that way constituents know exactly what their councillors are asking and proposing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, you actually described, I think the idea is to sort of minimize sort of the listings be consistent throughout the document. So trying to paraphrase it, certainly appreciate. I know there was outreach already in terms of the actual questions. Happy to do both. We can post this year's in their raw form, if you will.
Warts and all, yes.
And in the future, we'll continue to do the same. It's just intended solely to track through the budget document and linking it to those line items. So our paraphrasing isn't so much the change to the content, it's what is that budget line item that the question is being connected to. But we're happy to post that. We'll do that post today's
I
deliberations.
thought with the capital Q&A, it was done quite masterfully in that each council that posed a similar question was grouped, and yet the original text of their question was intact and verbatim. And I certainly appreciate if there's a need to alter or to refine or revise text. That rises to the level and needs to be done, then I would recommend outreach be done to each elected official, each councillor, before that change is made, so it can be a co-developed and cooperative process if need be. But I thank the CAO for posting the raw form of the questions.
So this isn't for your pending library and bibliography.
Why, of course it is, Mayor.
Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I also would like to thank the CAO and not, for that answer. And I also don't want to leave a fellow councillor hanging. So I'd just like to say that I also had these concerns. I don't want Councillor Perry to be all alone on the floor. I spoke to the mayor and I spoke to the CAO yesterday, and everybody was very receptive and the conversations were great moving forward. So, I just hate for the public to think that this guy's out on his own. This was something that came to my attention too, and we'll move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Second question from Deputy Mayor Richardson. When will the actual OMPF statement of actual funds be released? Did you get your answer on that?
I did. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Perry, you asked for details on how debentures may be used to fund budget items. Are you happy? Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson, no federal grant money recorded for the 2024 draft budget. Are you happy with the answer, or did you want further information?
No, I'm good with that. It's just, when we're looking at the future numbers, it just helps to have a little bit of guidance when we, the overall picture. So, nope, this works. Thanks.
Thank you. And you also have the next question, which is an increase of $9,374,566 in salary, wages, and benefits. Are you happy with the answer on that? Thank you. And we'll move page 69. Councillor McDonald, you had a question on professional fees, asking, is it cheaper to contract out than hire people? Did you get a satisfactory answer?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Councillor Warren, did you have
Yes and
further
no.
question?
Yes and no. I guess this is something to debate further on down the day, but were there any hires in 2022 or 2023? It just seems like so many new hires are happening this year coming. I was wondering if we could, put some of them off to 2025. So I guess it's to the CAO.
CAO?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. So, generally, I don't have the numbers off the top of mind, but we did, every year, we've had some modest recruitment. 2021, 22, even this year, 23, I would say it was minimal. I'm talking about up to 10. We also do regular sort of recruitment on sort of vacancies or existing positions as well. This budget is a catch-up year, in my opinion, even pre-pandemic. You will recall, some will recall, past term of council, we took a pause on any sort of active expanding the business or expanding the service, and we really just did what was the required. So that included hiring. We have a multi-year staffing plan, and this is, I would suggest, somewhat of a catch-up year, and it also reflects that growth readiness in a couple of areas. Overall, I believe the total number is about 22 positions, sort of in the budget, maybe 25, somewhere in that range as a total. In my mind, it's a modest number relative to the total number of staff as well. So this is something that we've just been incrementally doing. We've been doing it to plan, and we've built the necessary funding for it in the past budgets and this current budget as well. To answer your question, you have the decision to make in terms of what you see as timing for any hires, new or otherwise. I would suggest that all of the ones that are incorporated into this budget are needed. They've been part of our plan. They've been sort of truthed, if you will, or in terms of what we're looking to do in the overall programs of the city starting in 2024.
So when was the last course services review done?
So through the mayor, the last course service review was sort of around the 2015, 2016 timeframe. It was not exclusive to just doing a structure review of the city or staff. It was actually extremely broad-based. It looked at multiple core services or service areas. And so it was staggered sort of reviews with recommendations over time. Part of that overall review, one of the endeavors was looking at establishing a staffing plan and sort of attaching staff needs to overall service levels. And that's what I'm referring to, where we're talking about it's been initiated and ongoing. Every year we've provided or recommended a modest staffing increase where it was needed, or in many cases we've sort of held the line. And it is a multi-year. It's intended to be multi-year. And I would suggest that the long-term plan, again, aligns with that to be able to afford that over an incremental period of time. The last comment I'll just make generally, Mr. Mayor, if I can, even pre-pandemic, when we did that plan, I want to be very clear, our comparators and our staffing were at the bottom. We were the least per capita staff to service for our respective municipalities. And again, appreciate that there's big numbers that are being talked about, but we are a large organization. And part of our staffing plan was to smooth out, if you will, or incrementally bring in staff as needed. And we do that check and balance on an annual basis. Departments do business cases for each of them. It's just that now, if you look at that cumulative 3 to 4 year period, we've been doing nominal hirings at best. So yes, it is a leap forward overall. I suspect it'll continue to be flatlined in future year budgets.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you. I had two questions, but I think you answered this second one at the very end there, CEO Taylor, about, you said a key word there, growth readiness. So one of my questions was, so then when we do grow, we're not hiring more staff. You did say at the very end there will be flatlined in future years.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, appreciate the question, because we always look at, we've got growth on the horizon, so we'll need more staff to deliver services when the growth is here. In my mind, there's actually phases to this. When I say growth readiness, we need to do the planning, the plant expansions, the fundamental road projects, whatever those may be, and that requires a service level that's expanded, and it requires staff and or third-party services. So just the readiness alone, we need resources now. And I know you're seeing that, especially in some of our planning and development areas, our engineering areas. We need staff resources as part of that. So that's immediate. As you progress and you actually realize that growth, And as it starts to expand dramatically, there's population serving services, I call it, that we also need to staff for. We need to expand parks, so we need to maintain them. There's just those overall services that a expanded population needs. So there will be some. I'm not suggesting that we're going to now never hire. What I'm suggesting is that we're going to keep it on that sort of two-plan, slow and steady pace. We're doing a catch-up year now, and then I sort of foresee modest hiring to accommodate that expansion. Obviously, if growth is dramatic, then we may be coming with additional numbers. But it's sort of a check and balance sort of throughout.
Okay, thank you. My other question is following on Councillor Warren here on the core service review. What's the best practice in terms of core services review? Is it every 5 years, every 10? Is there one? Can you comment on that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of a best practice. I'll just say sort of generically. I got to admit, it was an extreme or very broad-based undertaking that Kawartha Lakes took eight years ago, plus or minus, where it was really sweeping and looking at all services. What I'm more used to is sort of individual or area-specific reviews, service reviews. And those are typically done sort of through departments, through master plans. So there's a combination of ways to do them. I would suggest typically, at least what my understanding is, you sort of have 10-year lifetimes with check-ins. I mean, obviously that's a long period of time to be planning for. So I think to your point, that sort of 5-year, it tends to be sort of where you really want to look at your service delivery, look at your levels, and then make some adjustments and move through.
Yeah, thank you. Now I was kind of looking around for a best practice. I couldn't find one, but you know, my gut says every 10 years. And I know we did one in 2015, so it's something to look at. 2025 might be time to do another review, make sure we're hitting all the right buttons correctly. Would you agree to that, or?
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, I certainly would agree that we need to do regular and ongoing service reviews. I'm not sure that the last one in its entirety, the way that it was sort of so broad-based, I'm not sure it got down to that granular level that you sometimes need. We have a lot of good master plans that have been done since that time as well. So I don't think it's a sort of one and done type broad-based review. I think there's some moving parts there. I would agree there's some areas that we should look at, and then we should just incrementally annually be looking at different pieces of the organization overall.
Thank you.
I think also when we're talking about hiring, we have to remember that we also, during the course of the year, people retire, people leave for other jobs, and you know, they have to be replaced. So it's kind of a rotating thing as well. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you. I just wanted to, jump into it was my question as well. And, out there, we made it through the pandemic, and, what the last council said is, how do we adjust our service so we're providing better service to our residents? We've seen a huge influx of new residents to the area, and that's putting operational burdens on almost every department in the city of Kawartha Lakes, and we are a service business. So for me, I'm strongly in favor of building these positions now, because we won't be able to do it when we, if we get the growth that's forecasted. We have to continue to build. And this is, writing that, right-sizing that operational for all our departments. And as you did mention, we are the lowest per capita municipality in Ontario. So, we need to keep being productive, and we need to keep providing that service, and we have to do this with positions. So that's just my thoughts.
Yeah, I don't think we're necessarily the lowest in Ontario. We're the lowest in our category if we compare our comparative municipalities. And I agree with you that coming out of the pandemic, we know how short we were in a number of areas. So As the CAO said, we're playing catch-up here, but I think it's necessary that we do. Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you. Just to go on the staffing issue with, you say these are new staffing, but when people leave and retire and they're out in sick leave, would that number not also be, because as people get promoted, wouldn't that still leave that a new opening? Wouldn't that number still be in with those people?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, just for clarification. So what I was talking about was new positions. So on the org chart, they're not vacancies, they're new introduced positions to the org chart. The number that you are talking about, though, in terms of the overall increase to salaries, wages, and benefits includes everything. It includes anything in bargaining units. It includes cost of living sort of increases contractually. It would include sort of, increased cost benefits in those respective areas. It also includes the new proposed position salaries. But it's an all-in number. But to confirm, separate and distinct, we are constantly looking at, obviously, retention and backfill for a number of reasons.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. With the proposed new positions, would our total still put us at the bottom of the staff to constituent ratio for delivery of services by the city?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't want to mislead, so I don't want to suggest exactly. I would have to look at and do that sort of update with our comparators of staff to service levels, if you will. We did that analysis a couple of years ago, but certainly at that time, and even based on the numbers, and we haven't increased staffing from that time as we had proposed because the pandemic, we paused on a few areas. So again, I guess I would suggest that we're at or below that target, and that was just getting us to the average with our comparators. But I'm happy to sort of do that follow-up and see where we land.
That would be great. Thank you.
Councillor Warren.
I was just going to ask the same thing. If we could get that report, that would be great. Thank you.
Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'd just like to say that I think this is the perfect conversation to get things started. It's a brave question to ask about a core service review, first of all. And let's face it, the elephant in the room today could be staffing. I would just say that what makes this particular budget in this particular city so tricky, arguably maybe the most difficult operational budget to date, and maybe in the near future, is that you really do have both. You have the projected staffing issues alongside the current needs. The town's growing in weird and awkward places. And just a good example would be in the operations where you have labor staffing for all three divisions. Someone could say, well, if you look at Oliver's area, that's where all the development is. It makes sense. We had this conversation with Councillor Warren. Makes sense for an area, and another area maybe isn't developing. So you have an actual need in one area, but a very fair projected need in Fenelon and Bobcaygeon is things are unraveling that way too. So there's foresight and looking at now, and I think it is important to look at each and every single, as we go along, staffing item and take a careful look at each one. It's there's a lot of staff being hired, but to Deputy Mayor's point, I think it is important to note that the growth is now and future. So there's a lot of we're going to be having a lot of conversations, I think, as the morning goes along, and that's a good thing.
Well, I think you just saw we reduced the budget down to 2.99 because of growth. So it follows that we're, in order to perform the same services, we need increased numbers of people. Councillor Perry. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question to the CAO. As far as hiring within departments, we see over the last few years some departments will be contracting out. For example, planning and development services have contracted out to relieve the stress on staff that they have, which has worked. And then in other departments like Public Works, we're going back to hiring our own and buying our own equipment, where we had contractors in place for many years. But so is there any consistency within the departments now, or we kind of it looks like, to me anyways, that every area is doing a different model. Like we're not harmonious in how we think of hiring. Everybody seems to be different, whether we're contracting or whether we're hiring more internally or externally, and we're increasing our payroll. Just wondering, like, would we ever see a consistency one way or the other that way?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think so. I don't think that there's one size fits for each department, quite frankly. We just have so many different business units and moving parts. We're always going to have a core reliance on some third-party service. We're always going to have some reliance on in-house staff expertise only, and we're going to leverage sort of that hybrid model everywhere in between. Good example you're using. I mean, again, we typically have had a staff-focused model in our planning and development area, but the industry is tough right now to recruit and hire and to onboard that staff and have them, dealing with the complexities that are in front of them. So we have to do a combination and shift and move to hybrid. And so we're going to continue to do that constantly. Same with some of our, even our emergency areas or other areas. We have to look at keeping that service sort of minimum levels. So if we're falling back in staffing or there's industry shifts, we're going to move to contracted services as well. So again, I think that's the consistency, but I wouldn't suggest that it's in any given department or business unit.
We finished with that question on staffing, or did anybody have anything else?
Can I just add one more thing?
Sure.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to sort of round out the staffing issue. And I appreciate sort of the comments, even in terms of the number of staff, but I want to assure sort of council and through council to the public that, we've been very prudent in terms of bringing staff along. The numbers that you're seeing in this budget represent about 2% increase to our overall staffing. And I think that gets lost sometimes. We are a very large organization. We have a number of business units as a single tier. And so proposing even 15, 20 positions, relatively speaking, is quite a small percentage. And this is probably the highest number that I recall since being the CAO in 2015. So we've been very, very prudent at even staying under 1% increases to the overall staff complement.
Thank you. Next question we have is Councillor McDonald on professional fees.
Yes, thank you. Just a quick question there too, is that I'm glad to hear that they're still monitoring and reviewing the cost and benefits of contracting things out, but if anybody's hired a contractor later, the prices are going up just as fast as anything. So, I just hate to see our new equipment that we buy that is sitting idle because we don't have anybody to run it. So I'm just glad to hear that we're looking at that and we're reviewing that. So we're investing in a lot of certain areas. So it'd be nice to have people be able to run that equipment instead of contracting it out. So the answer is good, and I'm just glad to hear that they're looking at that all the time. Thanks.
Thank you. And the next one is Councillor Joyce on employer paid benefits.
Yes, that's fine. I just saw benefits. I was just thinking purely of the group benefits. I didn't realize pension plan and employer health tax and everything else was loaded in there. So I'm fine. Thanks. Thank you.
And Councillor Ashmore has a general question on page 77 about interfunctional adjustments. Are you fine with the answer?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to apologize for my lateness. I have some plumbing issues in my basement. Everything's fine. But I wanted to the reason I asked about this interfunctional adjustments is because we're talking about tens of millions of dollars. And when I appreciate the answer, and I have the answer here, but I just, the numbers seem to flabbergast me sometimes. This term, interfunctional adjustments, I think it's a relatively new term that we've brought in the last few years, and I've always been, I guess, intrigued or always been inquisitive about what it really was. And when I see the numbers jump up to, say, $27 million for interfunctional adjustments between reserves, we're talking about tens of millions of dollars, and then into the housing budget, and then the next year it's going to be expressed as a wage account. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. It seems to be going around in circles here. Like, just wondering if I could get an answer. Like, is there any consistency of how we express this term? It seems like a very complicated financial term that we're using here, and I just wondering if there's any way to simplify it to make it easier to understand. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that many people have struggled with it. I think the bottom line is that it nets out at zero. So, but I'll let Ms. Bokaboom, because I think she has some ideas on where we're going with this in the future.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Great question. What we've already determined is that in future years' budgets, we're going to separate reserves out separately on their own and not have them become part of the interfunctional adjustment. So that alone would reduce and add clarity. So you would see specifically the amounts transferring into the reserves. The remainder, to the mayor's point, arrives at zero. So let me use a simplistic example if I could. We take some charges, expenses, and corporate services, but we allocate them to perhaps human services where they're available to have grants for their expenditures. So we allocate out a share of, let me just make up an example, a share of my salary, because then it's 50% grant funded, perhaps in paramedics, perhaps in human services. So it's a way of the city to capitalize on alternate sources of funding to reduce the tax levy and make sure that we capitalize on those shared expenses. So to the mayor's point, the second category in your answer, corporate expense reallocations, are specifically to reduce the tax levy and ensure we capitalize on alternate sources of funding.
Okay, thank you for that. Just a question through you, Mayor, Mr. Mayor, to Director Bookman. So basically, we're moving funds around, but some areas need it, and they maybe they at one time under budgeted, and they need funds transferred from one reserve to the other. Is that basically how we're doing it? But is it more operating, or is it more capital, or is it a combination of everything?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's a combination of both. So on the reserve side, we're contributing reserves to both operating and capital. The biggest contribution in this budget is the contribution to the asset management reserve, as one example. So on the reserve side, you're contributing to both. On the second category of interfunctional, being the allocation sharing of costs, it's predominantly on the operating, but we do also include some salaries in a capital budget, for instance. If staff have to do some work on a capital item, or we do our own in-house design, we allocate that cost to the capital project. So it's not about shifting so much as it is allocating where the costs lie. So again, if I were to do work for another department and that department has the ability to capture grant or a different type of revenue, it's strictly a financial sustainability method so that we can capitalize on those external grants.
Thank you.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So to Sarah, would maybe a way of looking at this would be to be less siloed as a corporation, that we're working together in all areas and, yeah, becoming less siloed. Would that be a fair?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I could concur with that simile. It's the fact that in some areas, again, corporate services, we work for the entire city. So versus each department having some of their own in-house experts, we share things like IT, like our financial advice for different perspectives, our HR capability or expertise. So we share that with the entire corporation, and you're right, that's less siloed in that perspective. As opposed to each division having their own experts, we centralize that work and we share in the expenses to, again, capitalize on sources other than tax levy, for those areas of recovery.
Okay, moving on. The next question is Councillor McDonald, and it's where in the budget do we see where people sued the city for numerous reasons? You happy with your answer?
Yeah, just a couple of comments. And the reason I asked that question, because I get asked a lot of this questions lots of times, is that people say, oh, you know, the city's liable for this and so on. And I see by our insurance went down $100,000, but usually when I see insurance numbers and premiums goes up, that means we aren't doing a good job of making places safe. So nowhere it's seeing $3 million we're paying for insurance, so I'm hoping to continue to see that go down, that we are due diligence and make sure that we make our community safe for everybody. So that's kind of why I put that question in there, because I get asked a lot. So thanks.
Thank you. And the next question is increase transfer to reserves. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and I'm actually going to comment on both. I have two back-to-back on reserves, and it all came back together when we did receive this report for this council meeting today, because it did bring it all back in, and I really do appreciate the direction on the functional reserves moving forward as well from Director Bookabim. So I think I'm fine with those answers.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just to sum up for me too, that this is the right time to articulate that in fact the 1.5% levy, additional levy, goes straight to asset management. And you know, that's something else that added clarity with this conversation, is a little bit of a closing exclamation point that's how that functions.
And just further to that 1.5% gets spent in the year it's collected. Next, we have Councillor Perry. If an item is removed from a reserve, does this mean it's there? It will be there for the next year. Are you happy with the answer?
Yes, and for the following three additional questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Following three. Great. And we move, what is the door reserve? Councillor Warren, did you get your answer?
I did. I was just wondering how much, if we have any money left, or is it all being spent out? It sounds like it's been spent out.
Director, did you have that information, or did our two gurus to the right of you look it up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While no pressure on Jessica while she looks that up, the answer provided indicates that the remaining funds after the rent supplement program were utilized in 2020 to provide a grant for a place called Home Replacement Project, and we'll just look into the actual real-time reserves and see what the balance is, if you'll allow us a moment.
Absolutely.
Sorry, if I could add a comment. By the end of the term of the housing allowance payments, the reserve will be at zero. Currently, it isn't at zero, but it will be at zero after the commitment to the housing allowance payments is made.
Thank you, Ms. Daines. Are you good with that answer, or are you?
So how much is going, I guess, to Carolyn, how much is going to housing then that's left and won't be left after that?
I believe there's about $2 million left in the reserve. So after the housing allowance program is done, as you can see, that it supports 40 households right now and a 25-year commitment. So there will be nothing left at the end of that 25-year commitment.
When is that?
Let's see. We established the reserve in 2008. 25 years would be 33. And we did
43. 2043.
Sorry.
You're okay? Okay.
Okay.
Also, Councillor Warren, the Dyke and Downey grants, are you happy with that? Cool. And your gas tax reserve question? And 30,000 for early rollout of tree bylaw? And former municipal reserves? You good with that? Councillor Ashmore, you had a question on the explanation of decrease in the budget amount on federal grants. Are you happy with the answer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just before that, the one that Councillor Warren had brought up, could I ask a question on that one? That was to do with former municipal reserves. There are quite a few of them, and are these reserves, maybe my question is through you to Director Shanks. For example, the Township of Emily, as an example, has a parkland reserve of over 126,000, I think it is. So those reserves, how are they allocated, or can they be spent? There's so many of them. I think there was a list somewhere. I know we have a list of all these reserves of the former municipalities, but how are these requested, obviously through council, but to be earmarked or spent?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So I'll give some brief information, then probably turn it over to Director Boomer Manager Daines to provide a more direct answer as to the use of the reserves. But I believe there was a report written, I believe it was last year, by our finance group talking about some of the previous municipality reserves and the roll-up of some of them. When we're talking about parkland specific, there has been an attempt to utilize the various previous municipality reserves towards that specific area. And if it was not, or if there was not a plan for use with the development of a park space in that area, it was, I believe, rolled into the citywide parks reserve that exists that we can access for upcoming capital projects. During every year's budget phase, staff from finance as well as asset management and parks and recreation or community services, and I'm sure other departments as it relates to their reserves, different projects are looked at to determine where the reserves are applicable and if in fact they can be used for that purpose. And then that is presented back to council, as the councillor has mentioned, as they are the governing body on how reserves can be approved. But I may have misspoke or given some information that isn't full, so certainly happy to have Director Boomer Manager Daines correct or edit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, through you. Actually, there are two different types of former municipal reserves. The former municipal reserves that are talking about in this comment, there's only 3 left, and they are indicated in the reply. There's the Bob Cajun Verlum H. Wilkinson Library Reserve, so that can be used for the Bob Cajun Library. It has a little amount left of $1,570, and probably we should have applied that to the Bob Cajun new library. But I do believe that it is to be used for operating. Then there's the Bob Cajun Verlum Dyke and Downey Reserve, and that was the one that was asked specifically about above, and that is just a set amount of principal that's been put away in almost like a trust that we only get paid out the interest. So that's all we use to fund the Forbert pool. So that's $8,000 a year. And then there's a Somerville Heritage Park that actually was a reserve that didn't come forward upon amalgamation and was asked by Councillor Uke, or resolved by Councillor Uke way back in the early 2000s, to be put away for the Somerville Heritage Park. Now, then there are obligatory reserves that came forward that have specific uses around former municipal areas. The Emily Parkland Reserve was fully used in 2023, so it is no longer available, and it was used in the park areas around Emily. Now, there is some ops parkland in lieu still left, and I did indicate that to Director Shanks, and he has some plans for that in the future. So he will be using that. And then there are some smaller ones. There's a Grant Island in Fenland Township. There's some water reserves from Emily of 12,000. There's the tree levy in Lindsay. There's a bequest that was put away for the cenotaph and the garden at the Manvers Arena. There's still some money in a Cronin estate reserve for the Woodville Community Hall. And they might amount to maybe 100,000 in total. So there's these little ones that are still out there that we try to attempt to use every year, but we have to find specific uses, as indicated by the Kawartha Lakes Act, where these reserves were deemed to be put aside for those specific purposes only.
Thank you. You fine with that?
Yes and no. Kind of disappointed that that fund was put somewhere and spent. That was to be, and we discussed this, I discussed this with, it was a little project that we had in Cowan's Bay. I was going to put forward through a memo, discussed it with the CAO, that those funds, approximately 125,000, would be put towards, not all of it, just part of it, a fraction of it, maybe 10% towards park, a little mini park that's already there for some playground equipment in Cowan's Bay. It may be an insignificant thing in the whole scheme of things, but just the fact that that money has been transferred and spent without council's approval has kind of got me thinking here. I'm not quite sure why this evolved so quickly, and that's just my opinion, but I kind of disappointed that that was all spent because
My recollection is that at the last budget, 2023 budget, there were projects in the Emily area, one having to do with wharves, where we discussed that, and you were fine with the money being used for those projects. I'll ask Director Shanks if I'm correct in my recollection.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I can't remember the specific projects, but yes, you're right. I believe it wasn't just last year. So as Manager Daines has suggested, every capital budget year, we look at using some of those funds to offset tax levy dollars going towards different projects. And the use of those funds is approved through the annual capital budgets, so approved by council. So it did take place, and I know that certainly over the past few years, there were projects in that specific area within the city that access those funds.
Director, if we needed to, could we get a list of where those funds were spent, Ms. Daines, as well? Are you fine with that?
yeah, that's fine. I'll bring that forward.
Through you. Yeah, and I can show Craig and I will work on that to determine where the specific monies were spent, but it definitely is at zero now, so there are no funds available in that reserve.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Just on this, sorry, to Carolyn, through you, how much is left in the Heritage Park Somerville account? I've never heard of this, so.
Yes, through you to Councillor Warren, there is $8,540 left in that reserve.
So that has, through you, so that specifically has to go to the Heritage Park or Capital or?
As it isn't, these three reserves are a little different because they are not considered obligatory reserves, which means they have specific legislation around how they can be spent. These three reserves are, if council determines that they would like to change the use of that reserve, they are quite welcome to change the use of that reserve for the Heritage Park and for the Log Cajun Library donation. However, the Dyke and Downey estate, that's more of almost should be in a trust rather than in a reserve category. So we might be changing that as we go forward with our reserve strategy.
Thank you.
We're going to change the name to the John Hugh.
Yes. Yeah. I'm old. What can I say?
Not as old as me. Deputy Mayor Richards.
Thank you. And maybe on a positive note, I know in our tab 20 in our budget book shows where we're sitting for all our reserves. But, you know, in the last 5 years as being a councillor, I've had the Manvers Volunteer Group and the Bethany Volunteer Group reach out through me, and we have gotten projects done through these reserves. So there's some positive stuff happening out there. So thank you.
Thank you. So, Councillor Ashmore, you asked for an explanation on the decrease in federal grants. Are you happy with that answer?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I think Councillor Warren sent an email yesterday about, it was a public document from the federal government, and it shows the sheer list of items that we can tap into this federal gas tax grant. It's just a phenomenal amount of programs that they're eligible for. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we could use this federal gas tax for, and you know, there's a lot of taxes that are collected, and we should get as much as we can. So I'm fine with that.
Thank you. You have the next question as well, which is an explanation on investment interest and the impact on revenues.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, yeah, I'm fine with that. It breaks it down as to where these interest incomes are going, so I thank staff for that.
Thank you. Next one is page 93, which is Councillor Perry, an explanation for the increase in staffing. We discussed that previously, or did you have anything more on that?
I'm fine with that at the moment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Next one, Councillor Joyce on legal services, an explanation for the budgeted amount, implications in reducing budget amount.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, actually, back to Councillor Perry's question, I had a question on that. I'm trying to wrap my head around this. When we add an electronic system, isn't it supposed to reduce staff? We're adding staff because we've added. I just don't understand.
I never found that adding electronic systems reduced staff. That's my.
Isn't that supposed to make us more efficient?
So, it may make you do it faster, but it gives you more information that has to be massaged and looked at and dealt with. So I don't know. Ms. Bokaboom, CAO?
Okay.
The clerk will give you an answer.
Hello.
Remember the clerk?
I know, I've been away for a while.
I can't see you behind all the greenery.
Sorry. I need a booster seat.
Sorry, camouflage.
So through the mayor to the councillor, yes, the electronic records management program reduced the amount of paper and also the amount of space required to house the paper. It's also more efficient as far as retrieving documents rather than the old paper form. It's more accessible as far as that is concerned, but we're talking about records over many, many years now being put into a library and also providing support for all the other departments within the city. So that's the purpose for the increase in staff.
Thank you. So, and moving on to my other question here, legal services, page 98. I still need that fleshed out. Training in 2022 was $22,000, and 2 years later, we've increased it by 50% to $32,000. And I also, yes, 16 employees, but administrative assistant, Provincial Offences Act collections coordinator, manager of realty services. These are just positions I wonder if they need that legal services employees to keep up to date with legislative and procedural changes. So it doesn't really divide to $2,000 per person. Can you help me flesh that? You're going to see a lot of my questions on training because it just seems high. So Can someone provide an explanation why we increased 50%, and does everybody
So-
need that training?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll make a general comment, and then the city solicitor is here to sort of talk about the specific area. I will say that in past cycles, so 21 to 23, just across the corporation, we retracted on training and development substantively, actually. And that was part of that sort of direction to simply just focus on the main core service delivery. So you're seeing in respective training budgets, I would suggest right across all departments, a return to some of those training levels. So if we go back a few years prior, you may see more of a smoothing out. So it is definitely a leap forward overall. And then specific to this group, but you had suggested a similar question and sort of theme in various areas. There is a commitment for a whole host of reasons, obviously to attract, to retain, to support staff, sort of in endeavors overall. We are returning to significant training and development, both internal, corporate, and external, and there's a cost to that. So that's kind of just a general sweeping comment that I think aligns with your question theme throughout, but I'll turn it over to the city solicitor to talk about the legal department specifically here.
Ms. Carlson?
And yes, and thank you to the CAO. That does cover the increase that we've seen. We have also seen that staff are very interested in development. And so we've invested a lot in legal services and having some of the staff that are in admin positions now being able to move up into the more clerical or paralegal positions so that we have succession. So that's why you're seeing the investment in our staff at the levels that we do. We also have seen that with changing needs from the public. Our staff are looking for more training in de-escalation techniques, and those type of things that will help the staff in doing their jobs well, even though it's not strictly a legislative training.
Thank you. I just want to make sure we're getting a good return on investment with this training. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry, you had a question, comment?
Yeah, just one thing too. What my original question had been about on this section was about the need for the additional records clerk. And I just want to note that in the answer received, I want to say thank you for that answer. Those are the kind of details that we're looking for. The fact that this position is going to help address backlog, those kinds of things. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce, you had a question on professional fees and the increase in the budgeted amount. Are you satisfied with your answer?
If someone can just explain Integrity Commissioner, professional services, why is there a difference this year over previous years in terms of that service?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so I guess firstly, it's a relatively new service. It was introduced through the last term of council just in terms of timing. So we've been monitoring it on an annual basis, and it's a third-party program. We're obligated to have an integrity commissioner so that the public can interact, and I won't go into the details of the program overall, but essentially annually we've been looking at what that cost is and adjusting the budget accordingly. So we don't have a lot of previous year data, but it's an obligated legislated requirement. So we want to make sure that we have the right budget to be able to support it. And we'll adjust it downward in other years too as we start to see more historic trends.
Okay, so I thought this was not legislated before having, this is something new.
This is newer. It was legislated, I'm going to say, about 4 or 5 years ago. And then we ramped up the program mid last term of council. So yeah, there's probably 3 years, maybe 4, of full sort of cycle, but brand new from that point. It wasn't a budgeted item prior to that time frame.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Smeaton.
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, it was interesting that at AMO this August, former Minister Clark actually spoke to this in the Bear Pit it actually came up as a question regarding the increase in integrity commissioner activity anticipated in the future that municipalities will have to look for too. So just kind of an interesting parallel that it is, in fact, a provincial observation too.
There was also some bad news yesterday on what the courts did with municipal liabilities, which we need to be cognizant of. The next item, Councillor Joyce, you had a question on budgeted amount federal grants for municipal law enforcement. You happy with that answer?
Yes, I am.
And the next one, equipment maintenance.
I'm satisfied with that answer as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's take a break till 10:30, and we'll start with fire services. I'm sure the chief is just itching to be involved. Okay, everybody, I'll call the meeting back to order. Continuing with our questions on the operating budget, our next item is fire services. Councillor Warren, you had a question on an explanation for the increase in staffing. Are you satisfied with your question?
I am. I just want to make sure, so this is area rated to Lindsay and Ops?
Fire services are area rated.
Thank you.
Look, Chief, you got off the hook again. Moving on to corporate services. Councillor Joyce, you had a question on increase in staffing. Are you happy with the answer?
Actually, not quite. I'm going to, I took a dive back, and I'm going to put CAO Taylor on the hot seat on this one. So I went back to, where are we here? 2021 budget and business plan. And back then we called it human resources, now it's people services. We had 15 staff. And now we're at 20 staff and we want to add one more. So, but you previously heard saying that we didn't hire staff during the pandemic. So I'm not a human resource expert by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a 25% increase from 2021 in staffing levels to 2023. I just haven't wrapped my head around that.
Sure. So through the mayor, I guess a couple of clarifications first. I did say we did modest hiring sort of throughout year over year. That staffing model actually reflects more of a restructuring. There was some realignment of positions. Again, we brought a presentation back to the previous council. So we took a couple of positions from other places, realigned them, and restructured the entire department so that it was more streamed to the different services corporately. So the reflection, it's not a 25% net increase of new. It would be a percentage of that. So that would be the first. Secondly, as you can appreciate, that was one area that we were substantively under-resourced throughout the pandemic. And it was actually a focused effort to bring in resources so that we could minimize external supports, number one, but number two, to recruit and retain and support and attract staff.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. My next question is for Director Bukaboom. The one position, instructor equipment operations. We're fortunate here as a municipality have Fleming College who have a course in heavy equipment operations. Have we looked at a collaboration with them for this resource, fill that kind of need that way instead of hiring?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm actually going to refer to the Director of Public Works, if you will.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. We do have a partnership already with the college. They have limited training. So they have a few brand new pieces of equipment over there that are virtual training that we can use for certain pieces of equipment. Others they don't have and offer training services on. This particular position has been in discussion for several years between People Services, Public Works, and I think cooperation with a couple of other divisions as well. Looking at someone that can provide that internal training, evaluation to expedite recruitment processes and a number of other benefits. So the answer to your question is yes, we do have a partnership with the college. We do utilize them. In this particular case, the services is not something typically that the college would offer.
Okay, so you anticipate a really good return on investment with this position?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. This is, again, the intent of this position is to help expedite recruitments. It's also to provide some cross-training and other services. So yeah, I think the position's warranted. It helps support the people services, the chief of people services to put the business case together, but it was presented through their department and their division.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Richards.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I hope you indulge me for just a quick minute. You know, as we're having these conversations around the table, I want to thank staff for, you know, drilling down and refining, amending, and finding that, you know, those tax dollars to save so we can actually invest in the people we need to provide services. Like, we're sitting at 2.99 today. And yes, we need these positions to grow with the city. So I just needed to say that out loud again.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am. I mean, I'm absolutely blown away that we were able to get down to 299. So if you're fine with that, Councillor Joyce, you also have the next one on administration with budgeted amount. Page 130.
Yeah, it's a training question again. It's $17,000 for 2 people. Seemed like a lot.
Who's your question to?
I believe Director Buchhuben, I think. Corporate Services.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor. This isn't for the 2 people in the executive admin area of corporate services. This is for the 82 staff in corporate services. It's a centralized, some areas have individual, very specialized training in their division, but we also carry this amount for the entire department to review and update skills where needed.
And my apologies, you had that answer there. I should have said I'm satisfied with the answer. Sorry, I'm trouble keeping up here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry, you had a question on people services on page 131, an explanation for the increase in staffing. Are you happy with the answer?
If I could just ask some supplemental, Mayor, thank you. My original question was about the new equipment instructor and the payroll administrator on page 131, but I'm looking at page 131 of the printed budget and I'm not seeing it there. Perhaps I'm missing something, but if I could be redirected, that would be appreciated.
I'll try maybe through the mayor. So in the people services division, the total wages and salaries is at the very bottom line. It's sort of a roll up for that particular division. So that's where the budget amount would be for any of those 2 positions.
Okay, so that's guiding us to the actual figures, not necessarily the request or the identification of the position specifically. I see it on page 127 in the org chart. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the instructor position, I want to say thank you for the update and for the clarification, the additional information. It looks to me, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that this equipment instructor is helping fill a gap and a need in that, given the skills shortage, we're able, this position is advantageous to hire and then do skills training for the positions in-house on site in order to better equip us for recruitment. Is that the case? That's what I'm reading from the explanation.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is exactly the case. It's to have that in-house expertise Director Robinson just spoke of. And just to backtrack, the reason the question was pointed to page 131, you'll see the full-time staff, 2023 is 22 FTE and 2024 is 24 FTE, which is why we refer to that page of the budget book.
Thank you very much. And again, my original question was the essentiality of the payroll position. I suppose when we're envisioning growth, we need more payroll administration and supervision. Will this position then cover some of the gaps, such as Victoria Manor payroll oversight?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we have a gap in the Victoria Manor payroll and the alignment of responsibilities between our contract at the manor as well as our internal staff. So this is to help improve and address that gap.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is People Services, Councillor Joyce, explanation for the increased budgeted amount.
Yeah, back to training again. Actually, my first question is, we have staff board training expense and corporate training. What's the difference between those two training line items?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, corporate training is citywide, so People Services delivers the training to all staff, the approximate 1,200 FTE, the seasonals, et cetera. So People Services is a centralized mode of which that skill development is delivered. In terms of staff or the additional training, that would be more specific for just the departmental staff.
Okay, that leads to my second question. At $232,000, 24 people, that's almost $10,000 per person. It just seems high for training.
Pardon me, no, through you, Mr. Mayor, the 250 is for the corporate-wide training.
Okay, with the budget book here, we have staff board training expense, $232,000, with a staff of 24 people. The corporate training is $315,000, which is spread across the city. Unless there's an error.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the corporate training, the 350, yes, is absolutely for all staff across the city. If you would allow me until a break, I can look further into the increase of the 82,000, but that would be for that Department of Corporate Services, specifically to some of the People Services staff. Also, any of our boards training as well. So I can get you a further breakdown of what constitutes each of those categories.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll get you an answer.
I can add one. If I could, through the mayor, I know part of it was when we restructured and realigned, one of the program areas was our DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion program, as well as accessibility. So you're seeing sort of a listing that is administered through People Services, but they manage the accessibility program broadly. So there's training, there's board outreach that we do. The other major training that runs through here is the First Nations training, as well as DEI training for all committees of council. So that's where that number lands in there. And it's, as you know, you've got a number of designated committees.
Thank you. I just throw a comment. I'm actually, in my professional life, I do conferences that provide training, so I'm not anti-training. If anything, I have a bias towards training. But this as an example, and I understand it's private sector versus government, but the AODA, when that came in, we had a staff of 20 people. We assigned one person to go to a conference to understand what AODA was all about. And that happened to be me, and I prepared a document. That document's still being used at the company I used to work for. So that, and I understand it's very linear. It doesn't have the broad base that we need here at the city. It is very, very focused on a specific need at the company I work for. It's just an example of we sent one person who to gather that information, to then disseminate it to all the other employees so they now understand the Disability Act.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, I appreciate that, and I would suggest that it really does centralize through one person sort of organization wide. It includes expenses related to the training. So for example, we do training for all committee members onboarded. It's a third party, it's online, there's a cost to that training. That's embedded in this overall cost, and that's just one example. Similarly, if we were updating, and we are, our accessibility plans, and we're starting to look at expanding out. So it's the expenses component related to that training as well. So it's really just a catch-all the way that it's rolled up into this line item.
Okay. I believe you have the next one as well, which is communications and advertising, page 135.
I'm satisfied with the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry, you have page 137, information technology, explanation for the increase in staffing.
Right, I was originally asking if this new network analysis and IT business supervisor positions are essential at this time. The answer does, thank you, it does supply additional helpful information. Just wondering in terms of the core work of a business relations supervisor. Business is mentioned in the answer. Is that related to business within the City of Kawartha Lakes, or is that their business meaning their daily work or the work of departments within the municipality?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. The business relation model is going to be used to go out to all of the operating divisions and find out where there are improvements we could assist with in deploying their regular daily work. Are there automation opportunities? Are there more streamlined modes of software we could be using? So this role, centralized in IT, is to service the entire city and all the operating divisions to help improve, automate, modernize, find out what tools they could use to improve upon.
Thank you. And is there a direct correlation with increased customer service and capacity to respond to residents?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the ability to use an automated tool, I might surmise, would aid in more expeditious research on answers to queries.
And what would be the other benefits of an additional supervisor at this time?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the gap that the city currently has is that the divisions, and again, you've heard as a single tier, the volume of services with which we deliver, without understanding the business needs or how staff are trying or attempting to work out in the field or research things in a manual fashion, if you will, it's hard for IT to know what benefits or what improvements they might need. So this is a supervisor who's going to connect the dots and be able to bring forward prioritized work initiatives for IT to help address the work and the backlogs or the deficits in the operating divisions.
And just lastly, I would assume that existing IT staff are consumed with daily IT fare, and that this would be a 30,000-foot fine-tuning and, as you say, improvement or diversification of IT services position to make those evaluations and assessments. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Right now, IT staff are running daily just to keep the lights on across literally all the buildings and all the services. So this would be a more strategic way, and again, with an innovation and a modernization lens.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Bukaboom. With regard to this last question that Councillor Perry mentioned about the IT, currently right now, IT is sharing with building upstairs where they had their counter, and they're moved to a room to the side where you don't have the accessibility to come to the table, come to the counter, and as what you had before. So what are you saying basically, that we're decentralizing IT now, and because right now they've kind of lost their space upstairs where they're sharing with another department. Is that something that's going to be remedied, or is that a permanent situation upstairs? Because they have lost it, even though we're hiring more staff, it seems like we're decentralizing the IT right now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the councillor, the reduced footprint to have more staff attend City Hall and accommodate the building and property had less to do with centralization or decentralization and just more to do with There was space available. There is a fully equipped room for the IT service desk staff. There's the opportunity to book an appointment, to ring the doorbell. You still receive the same service. That will not change. What will change with the business relations supervisor is the ability for some IT staff to actually go out in the field, go and talk to the divisions, again, learn more about their work and where opportunities exist to continue the city on automation and modernization.
Thank you.
Councillor Warren?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just on the business relations piece, are we looking at AI at all? I mean, it's not going away. It's really going to be moving very quickly, and I'm just wondering if we're looking at that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Exactly, Councillor. We would like to consider all of those tools in our rollout over the next 5-10 years in IT, but things like business intelligence is a component of AI. The ability to pull financials out of a system and go into a fancy report, for instance, that's all related to somewhat of the AI, but first we have data analysis to perform, et cetera. And AI is definitely part of the future. So as we explore opportunities, modernization in IT, I think our new CIO would say all things are on the table for our future plan.
Maybe we'll be replaced by AI. Yeah. Sure. Why not? Councillor Smead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I couldn't help, as I was going through this budget and digging deeper and deeper, to try and bring myself back to the oversight, flying an airplane, looking at a city. I find a lot of these creative strategies that Director Boogaboom's referring to when it comes to staffing. The one thing that keeps coming back in my head is the single tier versus two-tier system. So I have a question for the CAO, and it's just that, would you agree that a significant amount of the staffing shifts as opposed to additions really are helping us navigate a single tier system as a city grows exponentially in numbers of people, of citizens, but not having that two-tier system to play with? Does that make sense, that a lot of it is that, not necessarily consciously, but we can explain some of these, such as the IT factioning into two, to accomplish a lot of those services that a two-tier system might, have already in place with a large city? Does that sound possibly kind of close to the mark?
So through the mayor, I would agree that, I would characterize it more generally that single tiers have sort of a very broad-based service categories, if you will. And so in the traditional upper or lower tiers, there's more of a focus, in some cases, some alignments in those services. So you're creating an IT department essentially to service very unique and distinct business units, right? From very service delivery models to financial to everything in between. So sure, I would definitely agree that being a single tier means that we need to be, or we are, somewhat unique in our structures. And your second comment about realigning, again, where possible, we want to try to, where there are like business units, try to align those expertise so that we can maximize and capitalize on that. But it's not a straight path. So there's going to be a few of those commonalities, and that's why we are, in some cases, staffing the way we are. Agree.
Okay. Next, Councillor Joyce, you have a question on Treasury, an explanation for the budgeted amount.
And it's training again, but suffice to say, I think next year's budget, we'll see this all even out in the training budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry, sorry, did you want to say something?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just able to, with the help of the experts online and in the audience, able to research the answer on the staff versus corporate training. Included in the query for the People Services training budget, there is $85,000 set aside this year, which is an increase for our recruitment efforts. And there's an increase up to $121,000 for staff and volunteer recognition. And that's a program that the city is working hard on with a task force to help deliver some improvements and recognize staff through the hard years we've put in over the last few years. And then the corporate training increase of 65,000 is just such as that. That's the corporate training citywide, if that helps address the query.
So recruitment expenses buried in the training, is what you're saying?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the recruitment rolls up with staff, board training, and other expenses.
Yeah, that does change things. It didn't say recruitment. So I'm running through the numbers in my head here, and that does change the equation when you had recruitment expenses. Thank you.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just on that, that's great to have something for staff. We used to do that all the time. Just, are we going to expand that for volunteers also? It was a very good program, and we really need our volunteers also.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, pardon me, that does include volunteers as well, yes.
Okay, Councillor Perry, page 144, revenue and taxation is your.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And this is one of the drawbacks of the rephrasing of the councillor questions, in that I really had to work and find what the position was, among others, that I had to really kind of scour for. This, from my original question, I believe, is the new tax and revenue supervisor, essential at this time. I'm looking at the response here, and it seems to be a project-based approach to this position. Replacement of preceding system, modernization, remote water meter reading, etc. When those tasks are accomplished, would this still be a permanent full-time position requirement?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, those are just some such examples of the most imminent needs and projects going on. Yes, the need for a supervisor in this division is much needed. There are, sorry, I should know that number off the top of my head. There's a very large span of control, perhaps 10 to 1 manager currently, with a myriad of services being delivered. So yes, the supervisor is still part of the day-to-day supervision to remediate some of the load on the manager. Also, as you're well aware, the 6,500 growth numbers coming mean more tax bills, more water sewer bills, more coordination and supervision of staff to deploy during the onset of growth. And finally, yes, this is one area that's going to need continual modernization. The citizens, the customers, are clearly asking for customer service portals. They want to see more online availability of their water and tax bills. So this list of limited projects will be ever continually growing and refining in that area, and that's to meet the customer needs.
Thank you.
Next, Deputy Mayor Richardson, you had a question about strategy and innovation.
Yes,
Consultant fee.
Yeah, yes, thank you, through you. No, it's a great explanation, and I mean, as we continue to change the environment in which we are growing, and we need to be competitive and we need to expand services, so I can understand why this department is coming to fruition, so thank you.
And Councillor Perry and Councillor Warren, you had a question on strategy and innovation, salaries and wages, and an explanation on the increase in staffing. You happy with the response?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question. I see that in the response, it actually is not a new budgeted 3 positions. It looks like a shift and a realignment. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren, were you okay?
Yes, Sarah Bukaboom let me know that it's actually being transferred from CAO to corporate services, and my question was then, there are no new positions in the CAO's area then. It will come down by 3. Right, thank you.
Councillor Ashmore?
Yeah, thank you. Just a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Bukaboom on the Office of Strategy Management. I know quite a few years ago, or not a long time ago, maybe 3 years ago, it was that office had saved approximately, I think it was $5 to $6 million, and it was an incredible amount of money. We had two full-time employees. Are we still at one right now in that area, in that specific department? And the monies that are saved through that OSM, that Office of Strategy Management, is it earmarked separately, and where does it go into reserves? Or because it does save money, it's proven to save money and to find efficiencies within the municipality.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yes, I'm also very passionate about that. Thank you for the query. Firstly, on the number of staff. So we do have one Master Black Belt on staff in the manager position. Myself will support this division. I'm also a Master Black Belt. There's one internal communications specialist, and there is what we're calling a business process review coordinator. Pardon me if I don't have the exact term for that. That unit will somewhat support the queries earlier on core services. We will continue to find business efficiencies, go through the divisions, work with them to find improvements. The savings, although once upon a time when the division or the process improvement was first introduced, we moved the savings to reserves. But in today's more current, agile, flexible operating budget, they just help support the overages presented to the city as a result of growth and ever-growing needs.
Okay, next item is again on strategy and innovation. Councillor Joyce, you had a question?
I'm satisfied with the corporate training question. I just want to point out on the training, staff board training expense is almost $5,000 per employee. Again, seems high, but I'll just move on. Is there recruitment expenses in there too?
The training, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the training budget specifically in strategy and innovation is for the entire city to continue on the training for process efficiency.
No, I'm not talking about the corporate training. I'm talking about the staff board training and expense line item at $14,500 for 3 people.
I think it's for staff
Thank
and
you.
boards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That is a roll-up for, pardon me, it is just for this specific division. There's a high level of training required to hold these positions and deploy this centralized group to the entire city.
Thank you.
Next is page 151. Councillor Warren, where is the environmental position for HEP in the flow chart?
Through you. No, I'm not satisfied with the answer at all. This has been on the books for 3 years. The Healthy Environment Plan has not been able to roll out because we're waiting for a staff person to be able to help with the rollout. So I guess my question is to the director, because I've been speaking to him over the years about this, if he could, because it says the position is being reevaluated and the current organization chart requires a refinement to reflect accurately versus as a planner 2 within the policy planning section. And so that's not the answer that I've had over the last couple of years. So if the director could speak to that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Director.
Through the mayor, we are refining that position to be the idea as a planning officer, so that the person has some broad abilities for decision-making purposes, to liaise with various departments, to liaise with external agencies, to also be able to attract someone with the abilities and with the background to be able to implement the Healthy Environment Plan. So we are moving to have this as a non-union position versus a union position.
Through you, so I guess I'm misreading this versus a planner two. So really, that's not what you were looking at all. So I didn't know why planner two was in there. Thank you. As long as it's in the flow chart, I'm happy, and I know it was in a previous budget, so it's not necessarily impacting this budget because it was from a couple of years ago. Thank you.
Through the mayor, so the position is shown on the organizational chart as a planning officer position at this time, reporting to the manager of planning.
Deputy Mayor Richards.
Thank you, and through you, and to the director. I know that we've been chatting about this for 3 years. Maybe you can just express some of the challenges with actually trying to fill this position at this time.
Through the mayor to deputy mayor, we've had some challenges in terms of trying to get the position sort of finalized, and just to get that position sort of sorted out as a planning officer position. There have been some issues with the union as well in terms of dealing with the planning officer positions as a category. They are not outlined in the collective agreement, so we've had some back and forth with the union on that, and that's caused a delay as well. But we feel that we are getting close in terms of resolving this matter with the union, and we want to get this position into action so that we can update the Healthy Environment Plan and have this person also looking at other environmental policy initiatives as well.
Thank you, through you. It's I know it's a challenge, and I appreciate that we're actually closing that gap and getting closer. So thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to pick up on Deputy Mayor Richardson's comments and Councillor Warren's remarks, 3 years, that's a heck of a long time for a position. And in addition to the struggles, Director Shanks, could you mention or speak to a timeline at which point this position will be hired? Sorry, Director Hawley. And also what you're doing proactively or differently to make sure that it's not another year, 2 years, 3 years to get this position in place.
Through the mayor to Councillor Perry, as I said, we are working with through People Services to get this matter finalized as soon as possible. That's the goal. Unfortunately it's taken this amount of time, but as I say, I don't want to wait another 3 years. I want to get this position hired on as soon as possible. Obviously, we have to also attract someone, so that's why it's important to get the job description correct so that we do have the ability to hire someone in that position.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to follow up on that, then Director Hawley, I'm just curious, when you say as soon as possible, is that, in your opinion, weeks, months? And also when you say working with, what are some of the details of what that actual work with looks like to get this position done?
Through the mayor to the councillor, as previously mentioned, working with People Services to deal with the union issue that's come up. That has taken some time. I mean, the goal is to get the person hired on in Q1 or Q2 of next year once we get these matters sorted out.
Thanks very much. Thank you for that. And I think it's pretty obvious that council will remain seized of this matter. Thank you.
Councillor Smeed.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just on an encouraging side note before we move on, in relation to this matter, I've had almost 100 letters from local high school students, our future voters, the next round of voters, and I wanted to acknowledge that they're watching this plan carefully and hopeful as well. And that's encouraging to me that, you know, with the voter turnout where it is, it does seem to be certainly something that the next generation are passionate about for sure.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton, you're up next. There was a question on a $500,000 difference in planning, user charges, licenses, and fines.
Happy
You
with
okay with the answer?
Yes, thank you.
Good. And Councillor Smeaton, Richardson, and Joyce had questions on salaries and wages in planning. Councillor Smeaton, you're up first.
Sure. This one gives me an opportunity to thank the three directors of engineering, planning, and community services for all the time they've given. I could have had a lot more questions from this budget, but they have really helped me with all the development that's happening in Lindsay. They're probably tired of me, but it really helped. The only thing I would extrapolate out of this that hasn't yet been mentioned that might help the budget, if someone, I don't know whether it's yourself or the CAO, just wants to explain for the public the concept of gapping. I understand it, but it hasn't been brought up yet, and it's probably important as to why some of these budget items are the way they are.
CAO, did you want to explain gapping, or did you want one of the directors?
I'll start through you, Mr. Mayor, because it is a common theme sort of throughout. So essentially, gapping is budgeted dollars for a position that is vacant in a given time period. So we're not paying out for salaries, benefits, and wages. And so there's a gapping, if you will. And in year, we utilize the budgeted dollars to be able to be more nimble in terms of keeping resources and paying and shifting for those positions. So those are sort of in year, but essentially gapping is budgeted monies that aren't being expended on a particular position in the org chart.
Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, through you. And I think it's also important to mention at this time, you know, we have been proactive by going out and getting those consultants to help catch us up on our permits and our applications. And it has made a significant change, even, you know, being a counselor, you know, speaking with different people and hearing some positive, you know, reinforcement that we are headed in the right direction as well.
Thank you. Councillor Joy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. My initial question was going to be, how come we're not hiring more in planning? Because that seems to be our bottleneck. So active recruitment continues ongoing. This has been going on for a while. What are we doing to really accelerate that and fill these positions? Because we're desperate times with planning, that's for sure.
Through the mayor to the councillor, obviously recruitment, we're continuously recruiting. Unfortunately, we've had a number of vacancies. You know, for example, we recruited a number of people earlier this year, and we've had some people leave at the same time. It's, you know, people are looking for different job opportunities. And, you know, we've had a number of people leave. So the recruitment is an ongoing effort. And two of our positions have been planning officers. And as previously mentioned, those have been sort of tied up with that union discussion that we're working through with People Services. So those two positions have been vacant now for one of them has been vacant for a year. The other one has been vacant since largely the beginning of the year. So we continue to recruit. Obviously, if the caliber of the people that are applying isn't sufficient, we can't hire them. So that's a bit of a reality as well. Is not all of the people that are recruited or that sign up for the positions are necessarily what we're looking for.
No, absolutely, you can't hire somebody unless they're qualified for the position we need. And I know we're battling other municipalities for the same people. That's our challenge. So I'm going to be blunt. Are we paying enough here? Should we be raising those salaries for our planning in our planning department?
Well, I think you know we talk about retention and recruitment, and we just did the market adjustment. We're keenly cognizant of what we pay and what we're faced with in terms of other municipalities, but I'll let the director of the CAO answer.
Through the mayor to the councillor, it is mentioned to some extent that, you know, obviously the wage issue is sometimes mentioned. As the mayor said, we have done that wage adjustment recently, market wage adjustment recently. So we're hopeful that that measure will certainly help us with the recruitment as well. Again, I think it's just simply getting the word out. I mean, our people services do a lot for us in terms of when they do recruit, they use a number of different tools. They use LinkedIn, they get the message out there, and certainly both myself and our managers are always actively recruiting as well on the side to see if we can essentially bolster our staff as well.
Thank you. Maybe we could put a freeze on retirements too. Just throwing that out there.
Councillor McDonald.
Yes, thank you. Through you, just to Mr. Hawley, I just want to let you know there is room for you to stay a little longer if you wish. I'm just saying. So.
Here. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Director Hawley. In your opinion, to get these applications through the queue, and I know they come in a tremendous volume, do you think that in your opinion, planner ones or planner twos, which ones are higher priority that you think we need first to hire and to get the volume through?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we need everything. The issue is our business is basically inquiries, and we're getting a lot of inquiries. There's other parts to the process, pre-consultations. We have a lot of pre-consultations, which then lead to applications. So those are the three sort of blocks. And if you're missing staff in the pre-consultation end, so planner ones, planner twos, then that impacts the application stream. So I can't really give you an answer as to who I need more. I think the answer is basically get staffed up so that we can deal with all those streams together.
Okay, thanks. And just one more quick question. I don't mean to drag on here, but in the last term, we introduced what they call rush fees, whereas an applicant would pay a premium to get their application going through. I was kind of not really in favor of it because it sort of made someone who had the financial resources, i.e. a bigger developer, could get their application through. Have you found that rush fees have they increased your efficiency, or have they kind of actually made it more difficult to get these applications processed in a timely manner?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the rush fees were introduced for zoning compliance letters. Often real estate transactions, we sometimes get them where they have to be done that day or in 2 days. Our standard is 2 weeks or 10 business days to respond, but sometimes they need them quicker. That's why we introduced the rush fee, because you essentially have to drop everything and concentrate on that letter.
Thank you.
Okay. Page 154 again, Councillor Smeaton, explanation for the budgeted amount. Good. And your next one is an explanation on 2023 actuals. You good with that? And grants. 156, economic development.
Yeah, this was an explanation that I would encourage people just to go through. I'm certainly happy with it and I've digested it, but it was, I'm glad I asked the question. And it explains a lot of things that were important for me to know, but I'm definitely happy with the answer. Thank you.
Cool. And the explanations on 2023 actuals, explanations on increased budget. You good with that?
Yes, I am.
And postage, printing, office supplies?
Yep.
Sorry,
go ahead.
Contracted services?
Same. All these answers were thoroughly explained. I'm good.
So rents and insurance, interfunctional adjustments. All good?
Lots of conversations, just so you don't think I'm happy with the 2 or 3 sentences. Everybody got back to me with thorough responses when I followed up, so I'm surprised I'm in the planning queue with a whole bunch of questions, but there's a lot going on here, so thank you very much to everyone.
No problem. Page 167, engineering and corporate assets. Councillor Perry, the supervisor position for development engineering and capital projects management appear budgeted very low in terms of cost. You happy with your explanation?
I'm just curious about it, actually. Thank you, Mayor. In terms of this now being, the response being it's not budgeted on the corporate assets side, but rather under development, engineering, infrastructure, design, and construction. That still has to be addressed in the current deliberations, correct?
Director Rojas, did you have an answer for that?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the 2 positions, they're not fully self-funded. So let's do the first one, the development engineering position. Development engineering has a DAP fee, development approval process fee. It's a fee that all developers pay in form for an application, for a development application. So that fee then offsets the wages for that position somewhat. The second position is in infrastructure design and construction. That's one of our 2 major capital heavy divisions in engineering. So infrastructure design and construction is offset by the capital budget. So the capital budget is a few items in the capital budget. So one is for the actual construction, the other one is for the contracting and inspection, and more often than not, we do the capital contracting and inspection in-house. So we charge that capital budget, so there's a corresponding revenue to that expense.
So I'm hearing that, Mayor, that the low in terms of budget is because of offset costs that have been accumulated through other sources. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And if you look at specifically to page 167, yes, the wages under salaries, wages, and benefits are low. That's because of the last line in that chart, in other functional adjustments. I know we've talked about that quite a bit, but in the past, that was a recovery to capital. So if you take the difference between the salaries, wages, and benefits, that line, minus the interfunctional adjustments, they align with previous budgets.
Great, thank you. And I guess my final question on that was just looking at the chart, the org chart there on page 166, the request here, the recommendation is for 2 supervisory positions, from what I calculate, for 6.5 FTEs. I'm just wondering what the rationale is for supervisory positions over, say, working level techs or that are listed here, or if 2 are actually required, given it's 6.5 people.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't get, so page 166 calls for an increase of 2 full-time staff?
That's correct, both at the supervisory level. And then under those 2 supervisors are a total of 6.5 FTEs. So I'm just curious the rationale or the explanation for the decision-making at the supervisory level.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, both those positions are supervisors. It's not a fair correlation to take non-union staff reporting to those supervisors. Yes, they do. But in addition to that, they manage third parties, they manage contractors, and they manage consultants. So those supervisor levels are out, in addition to the unionized staff, there are other drivers and influencers for that supervisor position.
Sorry, just for my notes, could you list those again? What else is being managed there? Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so in addition to non-union staff, there are students, part-time staff or seasonal staff, consultants, and contractors that they would manage/supervise.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Next, Deputy Mayor Richardson, you talked about a dramatic decrease in salaries. Are you happy with your answer?
I am. I just didn't understand the flow, so thank you.
Okay. Council. Councillor Perry, did you want to say something, or can you turn your mic up? Thank you. Councillor Smeaton, on administration, page 169, you had a question.
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, quickly, it says that the actuals are hired due to job evaluation changes. I just wondered what some of those were. Just a little clarification, just so I know.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there was a handful, not a handful, there was maybe 2 or 3 positions that were evaluated. They were actually being in the process of being evaluated during COVID, but because of the pandemic issues, those were paused and then restarted after the pandemic was over. They were evaluated through HR, People Services, and then the appropriate retro applied. Again, there were very, very limited positions, but that's the lion's share of that, that adjustment.
Councillor Joyce, we're back to training and expense.
I'm satisfied with this answer.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton, you have professional fees.
All good, thank you.
Then we have Councillor Smeaton, development engineering explanation on 2023 actuals. You good there?
That made sense to me too. Yep, thanks.
Councillor Warren, you had technical services explanation for the increase in staffing. You happy with the answer?
Yes.
You. And you also had a question on
I'm fine with that.
municipal airport. You good? Councillor Smeaton, you had a question on the airport, on parking.
Yep, cool piece of learning, but I get it now, so that's great.
Great. And Councillor Joyce, you had a question on the municipal airport in terms of 12 extra staff.
Actually, that's a typo. That's the division is under Public Works. And I am satisfied with the answer that was provided. Thank you.
Thank you. And administration, Councillor Joyce, explanation for the budgeted amount, page 238.
Yeah, just a question. There is, the executive assistant also needs the equivalent amount of training professional expertise as the director? I just don't understand that part.
Director?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So you're questioning within the admin group, the budgeted training? Yeah, so that's a combination of myself and the EA. There's also other costs that have been rolled into some of those values, specifically within our group. The cost for the, I believe, I'll have to double check. I believe the cost for the employee appreciation is also enrolled into that line item within our group as well.
Okay, because thank you for the explanation. Because when you look at this, it's one person, $10,000 for training. So it really begged the question. That's a lot of training for one person. So, but it's more than that.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, there are 2 people within that administrative pool. It's the director and the EA. And again, there's other costs rolled into that as well.
All right. Councillor Joyce, you okay? Next item, page 241, Councillors Richardson, Deputy Mayor Richardson and Councillor Warren, explanation for the increase in staffing.
Thank you.
Good with the answer?
Through you, if you don't mind. Thank you. That's a super fulsome description. I'm just wondering if that operational of the ditching and brushing complement is in that higher group as well, because I know we did have some delays with equipment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor, the ditching crew that was approved through last year's budget is separate from this program. It's in place in structure right now. We're going through the recruitment process. One of the crews are in place. and we're just waiting for the last attachment to the equipment so they can start performing work. The other piece of equipment's, I think delivery is imminent, and we're waiting, or we're in process of external recruitment to fill those remaining positions.
Councillor Warren, are you all right with that?
Just a question. So quite a few staff, new staff in Public Works, so I assume service will be even better. Are we going to be represented, like we're going to have staff in every works area? And the question is really, are all works areas equal? Like, are there some areas that are busier than others? I know we want to be egalitarian, but I'm just wondering if we're having the same number in every area.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So there's 10 positions identified in here. These are not 10 new positions, as the explanations provided there. We're converting existing seasonal laborers that we have through the winter and combining that with summer students in the summer into single full-time permanent labor positions, which we've never had before. So it's the same resource we've had year-round, just in a permanent full-time position. Enables us to be more stable within our workforce, and also allows us to start to build some of that progression training to build laborers into equipment operators and et cetera. So there's a lot of benefits to this move, but it's not necessarily 10 incremental positions. But the short answer to your question is those positions are going to be through the winter looking at operating, or assigned to operate our sidewalk units. So they'll be doing all the sidewalk plowing, so they will be reassigned in the winter as needed to perform that work. Through the summer months, they will be reassigned out to depots similar to what students were normally assigned.
Through you, and I don't have that page right in front of me, but so are we going to continue with that program of hiring students and bringing them on full-time into the future?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we will not be hiring the 10 students. We're reducing the head count by 10 students. We still have a few students within Public Works, and they're based on some of the other assignments that council's directed for level of service for that seasonal enhanced maintenance in our downtowns and so on. So we're not getting rid of all the students, but we're getting rid of 10 seasonal students and 10 seasonal laborers, and we're combining those to create 10 full-time labor positions.
Okay. Next, Deputy Mayor Richardson, you had a question on materials and supplies.
Yes.
Page 242.
Yes,
okay?
thank you, and through you. I'm really excited about this one, to be honest with you. When you look in our department refinements, when we went down through the budget, and we have some fuel savings, but we are putting in more in the dust control moving forward, because I know we did mark that down last year, and it did have an impact on our residents last year with not having enough calcium chloride. So to me, this is a great, good news story that we're upping our level of service.
Yep. Councillor Warren, you want to say?
Just on that, as I was driving in this morning, there was on the news, they were there's a new study on the use of road salt, and coming out how environmentally awful it is. And so a question to the director, are we looking at ways of reducing that and becoming more environmentally friendly, especially along waterfronts? Because it's really...
We have a salt management plan, and waterfront we do a 90-10 salt sand mix as opposed to 90-10 sand salt mix as opposed to a 90-10 salt sand mix at the waterfronts.
Sometimes that's difficult to do on a route, though. You have some roads that are close to waterfronts, and then you're coming off a highway. So
Let's let the director answer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to councillor and council. So a couple things. The first one, back on the calcium chloride. Appreciate that. The increase to that budget line and reinstatements of money that was put in there is not necessarily an increase to level of service. It's to maintain status quo service. And I just want to be clear on council and really messaging for the public, because we're not enhancing that program. The increased budget is primarily just to account for the significant increase in that product and to maintain the same level of service. So I just wanted to be clear, but yes, absolutely, I'm happy that we're able to rework some of the budget to get that budget line back to where it needs to be to maintain that service. Specifically with the salt and salt management, absolutely, the mayor's right. We do have a salt management plan in place. We manage salts according to that. Really, salt is used on asphalt roads. So asphalt roads have the capability of maintaining that product and being applied to that service. We have a sand salt mixture, so when we get into high float roads or gravel roads, we apply like about a 95-98% sand to 3 to 5% salt mixture on those roads. The reason for that is we don't want those roads to thaw. We don't want the surface of those roads to thaw out, because they start to degrade and fall apart very quickly. So we want to keep our gravel and our high float roads frozen, but we do burn off and try to thaw off as best possible on our asphalt roads. So that's currently the plan. The application levels and are all defined within the salt management plan, and they're currently in alignment with typical industry standards across the province. So there's no current plan to change that salt management plan. We will continue to review that as necessary.
So I guess part of my question was how do you manage that? Does the driver themselves, if they're coming off a asphalt road onto a high float road, how do you switch that over on a route?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the routes are separate. So we have 71 plow routes out there. The primary routes that run asphalt roads carry salt. The roads that plow those other roads, being gravel and high float, they carry the sand mixture. So we don't have a truck that will do both with the same load of salt. They can't do it because the trucks only have the capability of putting one product down at a time.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce, you had a question on telephone and office services. You happy with the answer?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Richardson, provincial grants, blue box.
I'm good with 244 and 245 answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce, you had a question on page 246, grounds maintenance contracted service.
Yes, Director Shanks reminded me I asked the exact same question about 10 months ago, and the answer is exactly the same, and I'm still satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor Richardson, transit services, provincial grants.
I am good, thank you, and it sounds like there's a few announcements made in the news in the last 2 days too, so looking forward to those.
Thank you. And Councillor Joyce, you had transit services. How many hours is it? Are you okay with that?
So I'm satisfied with the answer, thank you.
And the second one on telephone and office services?
Yes, that makes perfect sense, thank you.
And fleet services on GPS?
Not satisfied here.
Okay.
So we moved GPS into a different line item, or different under fleet. A couple things here. So telephone and office services line item, I know it's a broad, all of these are broad line items, but I'm just going to recommend that the GPS maybe break out in a separate line item, because we're now at $183,000 for telephone expenses, which is, at first glance doesn't make sense. Anyhow, by moving the GPS of $73,000 to fleet, previous budget of $25,000 still leaves $85,000 in there. What's that for? We'll just look at the 2023 budget for telephone and office services was $25,000. We're now at $183,000. So 73,000 of that's for the GPS. You subtract the last year's budget of 25,000, it's still an $85,000 amount increase.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I can, let me pull some more information together and provide it to you. As I say, the roll-ups that are within the budget book are a roll-up of many items within our budget. I can find out exactly what's still remaining within that line item, and I can provide council with that information. As far as moving forward to future years, absolutely, if there's a desire from council to see the GPS information identified separately, that's something that we can work with the finance group about.
And sorry, I saw this just as we were sitting down this morning. I didn't see this until now. I would have asked the question earlier. My apologies for that.
Okay, so we'll get an answer on your question in a while. You also had a question, Deputy Mayor Richardson, General Contracted Services on page 250.
Yes, thank you. And actually, when I read this, it hit home because even as a small business owner, you know, we ordered equipment in 2021. It's still not here, and it's going to be 50,000 more next year. But in the last year, we've spent a lot more money maintaining the equipment that we have. So it's kind of unique to say that, you know, we're running a big business here through the city, but small business have the exact same impacts.
Thank you. And Councillor Joyce, ground maintenance contracted services for, are you satisfied with that answer or not?
Yes, I'm satisfied, thank you.
Thank you. Moving to community services. Page 190, overall wages. How do we add 5 additional staff but only increase salaries by 74,000? Councillor Joyce.
I'm satisfied, thank you.
Thank you. You have the next one too on licenses.
I'm good with that too, thank you.
And Deputy Mayor Richardson, restricted amounts earned, building and property, page 197.
I'm good with the answer, thank you.
And Councillor Joyce, you had salaries and wages on page 198.
I'm good with that, thank you.
You also had employee paid benefits on that page.
I'm good with that, thank you.
Thank you. And page 203, salaries and wages, explanation for the increase in staffing. Councillors Perry and Warren. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just looking at the response in terms of, this seems an explanation around absorbing the new staffing expenditures through current salaries budget. So is that to be taken that this is not an increase to the budget for this year?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, what that reflects is sort of it ties in with Councillor Joyce's questions about the increase in the positions, but the actual dollar amount not going up in the similar relation to it, because you heard about the description on gapping previously. Community services is typically, I believe I'm not incorrect in this, the largest department that has significant gapping due to vacancies of positions. So this is realizing that gapping within the budget, and it's reflecting that to lower the actual cost impact of the new position. So that's what it's saying by reflecting within the current budget.
Thanks very much. So the figure that we have in the budget is in addition to the gapping that's been found to offset the actual cost, or is that expenditure not in its entirety required? If not, what is the actual?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So this represents the total of the budget required for the new positions, but also taking into account the gapping savings, which then lowers the tax base. So the full amount is represented there for the 5 new positions. Staff have also identified right into this that with these 5 positions that they are being appropriately gapped as well, because they won't be hired for January 1st of this year, obviously. It's just approving it now. So some of them will be slated to be hired, I believe it's April the 1st, March 1st or April the 1st, I can't remember, and the other balance towards the middle of the year. So that gapping has been assigned as well. So I hope that answers your questions, but the full positions are here, but also incorporating the various gapping of these and other positions, again, to lower the tax base requirements for the 2024 budget.
Okay, thank you. So just for increased clarity on my part, the figure we see here includes the gapping reduction or may come in lower due to gapping?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Sorry, now I understand. This includes the gapping.
Thank you very much. And all these positions are described as essential. Could you just describe a little more in terms of the answer here, the essential nature of those positions?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, absolutely. So basically there's 5 new positions that are being reflected in this budget request. They're all found in the Parks and Recreation Division. I'll first start at the standpoint of Parks and Recreation over the past 24 years. We have grown minimally, and when I say minimally, in the 23 years previously, I can count on one hand the amount of new positions that Parks and Rec has received, and we have seen some significant growth and are anticipating even more growth over the next few years. So we're trying to be prepared for managing that. The 5 specific positions, so you'll see on page, I believe it's 187 or 189, can't remember, but the org chart, the 5 specific positions, we've got a Trails and Cemetery Supervisor, and again, that is to really oversee those 2 portfolios within the city. Currently, right now, they fall within our capital projects and special project supervisor within Parks and Recreation. Again, as the city grows, they are going to be required to spend more time on the capital projects. And we do, on occasion, have to ask for extensions on completing those capital projects because it is such a big portfolio. So by creating this position, it will create a new supervisor for that portfolio, which are also going to grow. We have taken on 5 new cemeteries since amalgamation. That will continue to increase. The city doesn't have a choice when we are to assume new cemeteries. And trails, as per the Trails Master Plan, are going to increase as well, not just in size, but in enhancement to them. And the Trails Master Plan did call for this specific position. The next position is a Forestry and Horticulture Supervisor. Again, as we grow, this position is needed to assist with other supervisors within the organization. This portfolio fell within the Central Parks area. Their portfolio has grown significantly with the Wilson Fields East development a number of years ago, the Logie Park growth, and the anticipated new parkland that's going to go in at the old Ops Community Center facility. So their responsibility is growing, which means we need this supervisor position to provide for the forest and horticulture support. We're also looking at trying to provide better support outside of the Lindsay area when it comes to horticulture. And I'm sure the council is aware our biggest backlog of case items that we get is within the trees area. So this will allow better supervision to hopefully move those backlogs along quicker. We're also asking for some laborer positions specific as they relate to trails and cemeteries. I talked to their growth previously, so it's really just providing that more unionized workforce to assist with those tasks. And again, from a trails laborer standpoint, it was called for within the Trails Master Plan, which council approved previously. And then the 5th position that you see on the org chart is the inspector coordinator position. So we have over 200 kilometers of trails. They continue to be grown and enhanced. We've got a number of assets across the city. As the city is trying to get better towards our asset management planning and providing a more long-term financial plan, we need to ensure asset management plans for individual facilities are provided. So this position will do that, as well as looking after the risk management and doing the proper inspections for our trails to manage the city's liability. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thanks very much, Director Shanks. I think it's very important that we have a clear understanding of the day-to-day and essentiality of some of these positions that are being proposed. I do note in the answer being directed to the org chart on 189, so which I had, of course, reviewed earlier. It was more looking for the information on what these positions will actually entail. For example, things like the inspection coordinator, some of the supervisory roles, will they also be undertaking day-to-day tasks in addition to kind of coordinating or supervising?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the supervisors that will travel around to the various sites that fall within their areas, they do the high level inspection. It wouldn't be a detailed inspection where we're actually creating work orders or inspecting from a CSA code standpoint. We have some inspectors or some staff that are certified to do various inspections, and this staff member will be as well. So whether it's a playground inspection, whether it's a trail inspection, this staff and a few others within the organization will be certified to be able to do so, to cover off that risk management and liability issue. So supervisors will do high level, but what they'll do really is notice something and then put it in the task force for the actual staff person, this person to go out and do the proper inspection.
Thank you. I guess my final question too, I mean, I do hear the word liability, and that's an important word, but it's never a full stop. We have to dig deeper and find out what kind of liability, what the risk management is, not just the risks, but the opportunities that may present as well. I'm just wondering if you could just speak very briefly to whether these supervisory and coordinating roles are essential relative to more, boots on the ground at the working level.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, both of the positions are very essential. So the supervisor positions, again, that's full slate of the portfolios in this area, right? It's not just supervising the inspection, it's making sure that the full portfolio is being managed, that planning is being done, and all of those things. They will, again, highlight to the inspector coordinators as well as the various laborers, new or old, as to what work needs to take place to make sure that the various liability and risk management, as well as just providing the general service, whether it be turf maintenance, whether it be plumbing work in some facilities from building and property standpoint. So the supervisors oversee it all. The laborers and the inspection coordinators will do the actual service provision and the formal inspections.
So you anticipate then with these positions, even at the supervisory and coordinator levels, will have a tangible and measurable impact on delivery and customer service. Is that right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Warren, did you have anything?
All my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Human Services, Councillor Smeaton. You had a question on contracted services. Are you satisfied with the answer?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'm satisfied with all three of my answers for human services. They're all related to Victoria Manor and long-term care and came from constituents, and I got more than thorough answers. And basically, we'd like to thank Director Faber for all the hard work this year on Victoria Manor, period. I've learned a lot. And so I'm satisfied with each of my three.
Thank you. So we're on page 214, Councillor Joyce, building maintenance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, and also the grounds maintenance question. Satisfied that with the answer there, but then that really begs the question back to Director Shanks. I was expecting a corresponding drop in building maintenance and grounds maintenance, but it's actually gone up quite a bit in your department. If you could expand on that, please.
Sorry, I lost track. I thought we were done with communities. Oh, no, there we go.
Well, I'm circling back.
214.
It's a human services question, but the building maintenance and grounds maintenance cost is transferred from community services to human.
I believe that is in relation to 68 Lindsay Street facility. That facility used to fall within the portfolio of building and property, and it is now within the portfolio of human services. So I'm still not sure as to the specific question. I apologize.
If I can, through you, just for Director Shank's context, yes, Craig, you're right. It is the corresponding decrease for the building and maintenance costs that we assumed in 2023 for those services for 68 Lindsay Street, of which there was a corresponding decrease in community services. That's not indicating that he doesn't have further increases this year, but there was a corresponding decrease because we took an in-house in human services last year. Is that better, Craig?
Okay, I just went to page 199, and you've got a huge increase in building maintenance and grounds maintenance contracted services. I know it's all bunched in there, but...
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, so that specific line item increase is predominantly through snow plowing expenses. Our snow plowing contracts that we look after have gone up somewhere in the neighborhood of $250,000 this year, and that was going through the competitive process that goes through an RFQ, and we have to go with the lowest bid. So unfortunately, it is a significant increase, but it's a service we must provide, and that's the cost that, unfortunately, of what it is to provide that service.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Richardson, you had page 214, transfer to external organizations.
I'm good, thank you.
Go. And Councillor Perry, you had children's services, explanation for the increase in staff.
Correct, thank you, and I'm pleased with the answer, so thank you for providing that, especially that the position was funded 100% through the Canada-wide Early Learning and Child Care Initiative. So the increased costs, I see that will remain 100% funded. Is that through the actual the initiative?
Yeah, through you to the councillor, yes, that is through the actual grant funding, and it actually pertains to the work associated with the CWELC, the Canada-wide Early Learning Childcare Program.
Thank you very much. And just for my second question then on 225, just speaking to that, I want to thank you for the response, especially seeing how that there's an offset of this cost, given it will be more in-house paid through the city budget rather than being contracted out for services. So that was good to see. I see compliance is definitely an issue, and so thank you for the response. I'm satisfied.
Thank you. So we're back. Councillor Joyce, you had a question on professional fees at Victoria Manor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I thought we were addressing the wage inequities in healthcare, so I was quite surprised to see that it's perceived to still be a problem moving forward. If we can expand upon that, Director Faber, please.
Through you to the councillor, I wouldn't say this necessarily relates to wage inequities or wage parity, given Victoria Manor's wages. It more relates to lack of bodies to fill the positions, given the recruitment factor and the challenges associated with that. And as the explanation indicates, weekends, evenings are really tough shifts to fill, and this is where the recruitment challenge does come in. So with this question, certainly the answer relates to the temp care agency cost, but also included in that professional fees, Councillor Joyce, is our audit fees, legal, our investigations, the management contract for Sienna, and any other professional fees that we pay. So that's a very lumped up, rolled up budget line, but that was where the increase did fall in. I just wanted you to realize that.
Okay, no, that helps clarify things. But back to the wage inequity, I mean, we've addressed that ourselves, and I know the Ontario government, they've also have boosted PSW. They're putting money into that as well, so hopefully we can see that level out in the future, getting those bodies and working on weekends. Thank you.
You should also be aware that Victoria Manor is the only municipally run long-term care home that is required to have 2 RNs on every shift. And that's a considerable cost to us because we don't have that many RNs, and we have to go to the agencies, and the agencies jack up the prices. And we have lobbied the government. We have brought this up many times, particularly in contract discussions with ONA. And the arbitrators look at it and go, yeah, well, we're not ready to change it. So Why we're stuck with this, we don't know, but we are, and there is no traction with the province to change it. Moving on, page 230, Victoria Manor Building Maintenance. Councillor Perry, you had a question?
Just thank you for the details as required. I appreciate it. Thank you. Question answered.
Thank you. And the last question we have is also on Victoria Manor. Councillor Joyce, ground maintenance contracted services.
Yeah, with the cost of snow removal going up, I'm going to buy a snow plow and a truck. Thank you.
Get a DZ license.
I have that.
Okay. See Director Robinson. Councillor Warren.
Yeah, we're getting to the end of this part. Are we going back? I asked a question at the start, Appendix A, which talks about economic development. Money's going to arts and culture.
We will get to that when
Okay.
we do decision units. So we'll bring it up in decision units, okay? I won't forget you, I promise. It's 12 o'clock on the nose. Are we, Councillor Perry?
Just something briefly, not just stand between us and lunch. I'll be brief. Just I'm wondering, this has been a very enlightening and accountable process, especially with the amount of information that's been provided in the questions and answer document. And I think we found the same last year. And I was just wondering if I could perhaps present an incentive to the staff who do so much work to prepare these, that perhaps some could be saved in the question and answer process. If some of that more information, perhaps a learning curve on what this new council is looking for, could be provided in the actual budget explanations itself, perhaps anticipating some of the questions, because then we would be, a lack of information not only begs questions, but as human nature, the vacuum tends to get filled with assumptions and not necessarily positive ones. So I would just put that just to staff's attention, that perhaps looking at the Q&A documents from this past year and the year previous, so perhaps more information could be required in the budget itself to prevent the number of questions that are received from councillors. So much of what's been provided today has been exactly what I know myself, and it sounds like a lot of my colleagues on the table have been looking for. So just a request or a suggestion for consideration for next year's budget document. It also helps provide those information to residents as well, who do follow those things and do look at the first budget online. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, duly noted, we always struggle with the right level of roll-up or detail in this budget, but duly noted, we'll work on some improvements for the next year's budget.
Thank you. This was also a point made last year in terms of more upfront of the information, kind of typically anticipating what reasonable questions may be asked. It's empowering for all. Thank you.
Thank you. So what time do you want to come back? You want to come back at 12:45? Okay. And we'll continue on. The next thing we're going to deal with is the request from the boards and agencies. And there are some proposals there. Okay. So 12:45. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. Director, yeah. Did we lose Councillor Joyce somewhere? We'll give him a minute, because we have an answer to his question, and then we have to receive on the questions from this morning. Okay, we're going to move on, and we're going to do the questions you had on the agency boards and committee budgets, and then we'll come back and do a receive on the questions from this morning, and we'll get the answer for Councillor Joyce from Director Robinson. So first up is Kawartha Lakes Police Service and Kawartha Lakes OPP. And on these agency questions, all of us sit on these boards. So when the questions come up, if there's more information required, I'm going to ask whoever's on those boards to address the additional questions. Okay? So Councillor Joyce is back. And so I'll go to Director Robinson for his answer to Councillor Joyce. Director?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Council. So the inquiry was specific to the GPS systems and the communications budgets within roads and fleet. So in 2023, the budget for the GPS units were roads, because that's all we had. They're the only units that carried GPS units. Through 2023, there's a budget to expand that program significantly and add fleet or GPS units to all fleet. So every piece of municipal equipment will have a GPS unit in it. So the difference between those two budgets is a reduction in roads, removing that component of the fleet, transferring that from roads to fleet. But then that budget increased significantly because the new and expanded GPS program within the general portfolio. So that's, again, just a clarity between those two different budget lines.
Thank you, Director Robinson. Perfectly, excuse me, great explanation. And sorry to everybody for being late. My watch is still actually showing 12:44 at the moment, so it needs to be recalibrated. My apologies.
Okay. With that being said, I need a motion to receive the question and answer documents that we discussed this morning. Councillor Warren, Deputy Mayor Richardson, all in favor? And that's passed. So we're now going to do agency boards and committee budgets. And I note that the first four are Kawartha Lakes Police Service and Kawartha Lakes OPP. And it may come as a surprise to you to note that we don't get to ask questions on those budgets. They've been kind enough to answer us, but we really don't get to ask questions on it. What we get to do is either approve their budget or not approve their budget. If we don't approve their budget, it goes to the province. And I think I'm correct in saying, every time it's gone to the province, every time a municipality has refused to pass a police budget and it's gone to the province, guess how they voted? Okay? And I think it costs you something. I think it costs you something to go to the province too. They charge you like 50 grand or something. I don't know if that's the right figure, but I know they charge something. So we do have the answers provided. So I'll go through them, and, but as I say, we really aren't entitled to ask those questions. So first up is Deputy Mayor Richardson on the difference in budget pressures. Are you happy with your answer?
Very happy, thank you very much.
Thank you. Second one, Councillor Joyce.
Well, based on what you just said, I'm happy with the answer.
Thought you might be.
I don't want to be responsible for incurring more costs by going to the province.
Yeah. So you have the next two as well. You're okay with those?
Actually, I am perfectly okay with the next two, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Perry, you had a question on library.
It's fine, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. And you had a question on the BIA.
Asked and answered, thank you.
And Councillor McDonald, you okay with the answer on the BIA?
Yes, I am. Just through you, I just
Seeing
wanted-
as how you're on the BIA.
Yes, I've been, absolutely, but I just wanted to point out, though, that the tax levy comes from the business people, and we've taken over the parking, we have beautification, advocacy, and marketing, and they do such a great job, and I think that supporting them would be great. Thanks.
Thank you. And Councillor Warren, you have a question on the healthcare initiative.
I do, and I've sat on the Healthcare Initiative. It's a great organization, and my question is, can we expand the terms of reference and possibly look at more nurse practitioners? I think we have to start looking outside the box, and so I don't know what to do with that, but if Councillor Joyce sits on that committee, if he could bring that forward possibly and see what happens. But I think we really do need to get our immediate health concerns dealt with. We have lack of doctors, lack of nurse practitioners. Maybe this might help, I'm not sure. Primary care is so important. I know so many people don't have primary care physicians or nurse practitioners, so I think we need to change the scope.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I think it's a great question from Councillor Warren. I 100% agree that I will bring it forward with the Healthcare Initiative Agency to review and look at the our terms of reference to include nurse practitioners. I will just on nurse practitioners, just for the public watching. It used to be many years ago a nurse practitioner look after 80% of primary care needs. The more complex 20% would have to go to a family physician. With the expanded scope of practice of nurse practitioners over the years, it's more like they can look after 90% or even possibly more of your primary care needs. So it's a great way to address our primary care needs. The hurdle is the funding structure. We attract a family physician into our area, they set up practice, and they just start building OHIP. Boom, done. A nurse practitioner, we need approval from the province they have to be within a healthcare team, which is funded by the province. So we have to go to the province and say, hey, can we have more funding to expand this healthcare team to accept more nurse practitioners? So it's not just getting a nurse practitioner. Yeah, I want to practice in your area. It's not as simple as that. We have that extra hurdle to get funding approval to allow that to happen. But we'll work on that.
Thank you. Are you?
I think there are some nurse practitioner-led clinics. So you're right, though, it's a funding model that needs to be looked at and needs to go to the province. So I'm looking forward to you following up.
Yeah, I'll look into that. When I was involved in primary care before, there was a total of 4 nurse practitioner-led clinics, and that stayed like that for years. The province refused to grant any more licenses for that nature, a specific nurse practitioner-led clinic. Whether it's still at 4, I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that, but I know there is a hesitation from the province to increase that. Back in the day. I'd have to look again. Thank you.
Director, you wanted to weigh in on this?
Yes, I just wanted to indicate for this initiative funded through our budget, actually, the healthcare initiative is very much bound by the provincial program on physician recruitment. And as we know, that's been around for many years. So it's got a very direct stream around physician recruitment. So I just wanted you to know that there is kind of a component that Health Force Ontario funds around physician recruitment. It would behoove a conversation with HFO, Health Force Ontario, around nurse practitioners, but it would also be with the associations of family health teams of Ontario, because that's the funding stream for nurse practitioners, of which become a salary-based model for the FITs, the FIGs and the FOs. So they're 2 different arms, but there's an advocacy piece to the province, and Health Force Ontario would probably be a very good starting point to have that conversation.
Thank you. That is the end of the questions on agencies, boards, and committees' budgets. Could I have a motion to receive those questions and answers? Councillor MacDonald, Councillor Ashmore. All in favor? And that passes. We're now going to deal with unfunded decision units forwarded by Council for deliberations of the proposed 2024 operating budget. And the first item up came out of the special council meeting, and it's a request from the Lindsay Downtown BIA in the amount of $40,000. I will say on these decision units, we put money into a reserve this morning, and these decision units can be funded from that reserve, which means it will not impact on the budget. We will still remain at 299. So, you know, going forward with this, what is your wish?
I don't know if it's all based on what's proposed, but there was some in return.
There's certainly a chunk of them that can. Apparently, all of them is a bit of a stretch. Yeah, bah humbug. Anyway, so we're. Yes, I know. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. So I just want clarification before we move into this discussion. So we put the $400,000 into the general contingency reserve this morning. Is that the reserve that you're being specific about for right now, or are we going outside of that?
Let me check with my wizards of finance over here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Deputy Mayor and Mayor Wizards are quite accurate. We contributed through Appendix A this morning $400,000 to the contingency operating reserve. So therefore, if council were to choose some of these decision units, that would be a valid funding source.
Thank you. So, what is our wish on these cameras for the BIA? Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, through you. Sitting on the BIA for many years, Chief Mitchell comes to our meetings. We've discussed this thoroughly. There's a grant that comes up that's due in March that we can get this grant and do that. We do also respect the fact that there's policies and procedures and security plans that have to be complete before we can make this decision. But there's a group of us that are working together to make sure that, with Councillor Smeaton also involved, that we're going to be looking at the things that the concerns, the public meetings and so on. I just want to let you know that the decision making is for March. So I support the fact that we continue to do our homework and work with the BIA and with Chief Mitchell for further information and bring it back to council for that. But I do support the fact is the CTV cameras at this point with with the information that we have available to us right now.
So the money will be in abeyance. Any of the money will be in abeyance. And also, we need to know who's going to own these cameras and who's going to, and is this one-time funding? Because we need to make it clear that the city does not want to own these cameras, and we are not monitoring them.
And we will make sure that we have all those answers presented to council before that decision is made.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
I support Councillor McDonald, and these conversations have been thorough, and I feel the same.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. Yeah, no, I think it's a great initiative, and I'm following what our councillors are directing us based on their sitting on those boards. I'm just a little bit, if I could ask a little bit more about the privacy impact assessment, what that actually entails.
Councillor McDonald.
Yes, that has been looked into. We can hire a consultant, $15,000, $20,000 I'm hearing, but also with the discussion with Chief Mitchell and so on, this has also been done in Peterborough. They have all the information we need, so we're seeking help from other municipalities. I've already gone through this to save that $15,000. But again, more discussion is being tabled at the BIA part of it, so we'll have more information coming the new year of what we have to do and so on. But that's the answer to that one, but more information to come.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. I too support Councillor McDonald on this initiative and echo the comments of Councillor Smeaton. Just want to make sure that it's for the record that this is public money assisting private business, and but it still has my support. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest we make a motion that the BIA request for $40,000 for closed-circuit cameras be referred to staff to work with the BIA and Kawartha Lakes Police Service and report back to council by the end of February. You make that motion, Councillor McDonald?
Yes, I do.
I have a seconder. Councillor Smeaton, all in favor? Thank you. Moving on, the next one is a special council meeting. Memorandum from Councillor Ashmore regarding putting $50,000 to be considered as for economic development manufacturing recruitment program. And I think if you see the answer, the staff comment, the funding proposed through this decision unit is already contained within the Economic Development Division's budget. The program is being delivered through the city's Economic Development Officer for Business and is therefore not necessary. Are you, is that fine with you, Councillor Ashmore?
Yeah, thanks for that. Unfortunately, my attachments are not loading, so I can't read what you're saying, but anyways.
I'm not lying to you.
That's
I
okay,
promise.
no, I know, it's fine. That's fine, okay, that's okay, I'm good. Thanks. I understand there's monies in there. My request was basically when talking to staff and going to, for example, I was at an event not too long ago where they talked about supply chain and how we need more manufacturing here in City Kawartha Lakes. Primarily, Lindsay is, as we all know, our biggest hub, and we have a lot of industry that left, but we do have a lot of industry that have come back, and it's really important about all these housing, all these people moving here. They're asking, where are these people going to work? And there are going to be a lot of people who will want to work in here in City Kawartha Lakes, and other communities. You know, if I'm in Ontario or the odd time out of province, and you know they want to bring manufacturing back here to their communities, so they're in control. So basically, staff are actually I've talked to staff about it too, and they would like to have more resources to get out there and contact more businesses and have more economic development to come here. So basically, it's a bit of a boost for them on top of that, but this 50, I understand it's in their budget, but I was requesting an additional 50 to help them out. That's basically what it was, because, you know, really in the whole scheme of things, we should be investing more in this, in job creation. So I think it just pays multiple dividends when you go out there. Our economic development, whether it's large business, small business, they do a phenomenal job, and they go out there and try to attract business. Not only that, but retain business here, and that's key as well. But I think this 50 would really help them out, and especially in times like that, because we're going to have so much more housing here, and people are looking for more employment here. So I'm just looking to the future in this one.
Yeah, and I think what they're saying is that they're fine with what they have. They also have an economic development reserve, and if they need more, they can come and ask us, so.
Okay, I'm fine with that, but I appreciate
Okay.
your time, yeah.
All right, thank you. So we'll move on to item 3, which was a presentation by Heather Kirby at the Kawartha Lakes Food Source, and she was asking for $6,335 for gardens, and she wanted she wanted some help from the city. I'd like somebody to propose that we give them $10,000 so they can hire people to do that. Councillor Warren?
Absolutely, I'll make that motion.
So the motion would be that the food source in the amount of $10,000 be included in the proposed 2024 budget, funded from the General Contingency Operating Reserve. Make that motion?
Absolutely.
Seconder? Everybody wants to second it. We'll do Councillor Smeaton. And Councillor Perry, do you want to speak to it? Sorry, as the mover, did you want to speak to it?
Oh, it's something that's needed. It's a drop in the bucket, but I think they do such a great job. So I thank you for bumping it up to 10,000. That really is going to help them, I think. Thank you.
Well, I think the reason for bumping it up is Parks and Rec can't do the work. They don't have the resources to do it, but with the extra money, they can either buy the equipment to do it, or they can hire it out to be done and get it done that way. So, Councillor McDonald, did you want to comment?
Yes, I did. Like, I just wanted to thank them for, you know, they only asked what they needed, $6,335. Congrats to them for not going over in like that. Well-deserved, and maybe in the future, a few of us might be able to help them even build that to save them a few more dollars. So I definitely support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next ask is all in favor? Sorry, thank you. Our next request, well, you all had your hands up to second it, so I figured. Our next request is from the Kawartha Lakes Museum and Archives, and they're looking for $250,000. What is council's wish?
Mayor, if I could just ask the questions before we proceed with that. Just point of clarification, if I could, on the $40,000 for the cameras. Is that allocated in this budget, or is it coming back for funds at the time once the report is available? I'm just curious for clarification. Thank you.
When it comes back, it won't be in the budget. When it comes back, it would come from a reserve.
Okay, just curious. Yes, thanks for that.
We are not
That's okay
adding.
with you?
We're not adding anything to the budget.
Thanks for the clarification. Appreciate
Okay. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
I thought we were moving into the next one. I just had a question.
We are. We're now talking about the museum.
All right, thank you so much. Through you. This one for me is, I mean, last year they came to council for the first time, and we did support them, not in the $250,000 mark, but we did support them. And they did come back to the public meeting and provided a very fulsome report card of what they've done in the past year. And it was very, very impressive. I just have, I'm just looking for some more information from staff regarding the memorandum of understanding if we were to proceed.
Okay. Who? CAO, is that you?
I'll start, sure. So through you, Mr. Mayor, so currently they are a tenant in one of our facilities, and we have a working agreement, if you will, that outlines sort of who does what and their use of the facility. It still is our facility, so they are contemplating doing some potential future improvements and also wanting to tighten up the partnership component to their work with the city. So it was recommended and suggested that we consider entering into a more formalized MOU. We don't have that document currently today. We do have other MOUs with community partners, and I would support sort of that recommendation moving forward. Don't need direction for it, but it's where we're heading so that it manages not just the, again, the lease component part of things, but the partnership and the funding that you're contemplating today and previous year funds. So there'll be some reporting back. It will outline what the partnership entails, some of the future improvements to that particular facility as well, should they embark on a capital program in the future. So subject to discussions ongoing, we'll follow up after this budget cycle.
Councillor Smeet.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, the MOU, I felt the same. That makes total sense to me. I just want a clarification on the request for annual budget process, because that could be interpreted that they're asking to be a line item each year, which I would not agree with. And I'm happy to speak to that. I think we're going to have to chip away at this one because it's a big ask. But if it just means that they're asking to be part of the annual budget process, as they have been coming each year and presenting, then I would be in favor of that. So I just wanted clarification on what specifically is being asked. And I apologize, it's on the floor. I could have, if I'd been more clever, I would have caught this earlier. It just literally right now appeared to me that I'm not sure now.
CAO, did you want to address that?
So through the mayor, so my understanding, this is the second year of a request for supportive operating funding for that organization. I believe in their presentation, they were suggesting or recommending that there be an annual consideration for that operating support. Concurrent with that, council has established an operating program or funding program for arts and culture groups, for example. Again, I'm paraphrasing a little bit from their presentations, but essentially they're saying that they're delivering a municipal sort of program or a local program that we should consider in future budgets. What's in front of you though today isn't sort of making a decision on ongoing annual fixed funding. It's in year 2024 and the request was for $250,000.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Yes, so through you, just a question. What did we give them last year?
Through the mayor, it was either 125,000 or 150,000. It was approximately half of the request. They requested 250,000 last year as well.
Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Just a question for staff, if I could. Maryborough Lodge, the Fountain Falls Museum, is in Ward 3 and is currently being envisioned for an MOU process as well. I was just wondering where that is at and if that would be able to receive funding as well through that MOU process, more stabilized funding.
Maryborough Lodge already receives funding from the city?
The question is more with the MOU, and would that stabilize that funding as well?
Director Shanks, did you want, I don't know, did you want to?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council member, I'll probably let the CAO speak to the actual MOU and where it sits. I know there's discussions ongoing. As far as the stabilization of the funding, I can understand the question, and if council chooses to do so, that's fair, but I can advise that the funding is stable. They get that annually, and I don't remember any council ever questioning it. So I think it's stable, but I don't think there would be a harm if council chooses to add it to the MOU.
Yeah, I would just
And I
maybe
know this
just-
MOU has been going on for quite some time. Do we have a timetable on that?
No.
So we do have a timetable generally. So through the mayor. So right now, Maryborough Lodge there's a committee of council that manages some of the programs. We're restructuring that overall structure. It will formulate into an MOU, which again will be that ongoing new partnership.
Right.
It will address the budget funding. It'll also address the partnership, sort of who does what ongoing, so more clarification. We will definitely have that presented to the board early in the new year, so I'll say Q1 of 2024.
That's what I was looking for.
And I'm hoping that it's executed between the parties by the end of that quarter as well.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Warren.
Just to jump on all of that with the Sheila Boyd Museum.
Yeah, we're talking about the museum around the corner here in
I
the
realize
decision
that,
unit.
but, you know, Councillor Perry has brought up.
Yeah, and I was going to shut him down on that, but, you know.
But I
What a
just,
personal privilege, Mayor.
yeah, so just to be fair, I'm just bringing that up also, if that could be looked at. I know that we're in the middle of maybe owning, not owning that building, but going forward, if that could be a possibility, that's all.
Anything's a possibility.
There you go.
Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Through you, Mayor, I'm going to speak to the Kawartha Lakes Museum and Archives right now, if that's okay. Oh, just game face. Anyways, I just want to see what the appetite is around the table. I feel at this time, you know, we have so much in our contingency reserve. I'm not in favor of increasing taxes right now to move some of these projects ahead. I feel that they did a lot with what we gave them last year at the 125, and, you know, they brought forward a business case, and I like the direction of working towards the memorandum of understanding and, you know, and showing that they are increasing revenue, so they have to become a little bit more self-sufficient as we move through the process. So I'm just going to put it on the table right now that I would support a 125.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Warren. Do you want to speak to it?
I think I just did.
Okay. Councillor Smeaton.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have to see how the council feel about something that hasn't come up yet. Part of this funding is referring to a massive expansion possibility, correct?
It's not included in this
Okay,
funding.
and that's what I wanted.
They have a plan for their own fundraising. Has nothing to do with it.
Perfect. Just wanted to get those apples and oranges out of the way because that's come up. So this is, the expansion piece is not this.
So the motion on the floor right now would be that the Kawartha Lakes Museum and Archive in the amount of $125,000 be included in the proposed 2024 budget, funded from, again, the contingency operating reserve. You're fine with that motion?
Yes, would it be the general contingency reserve?
I don't know, I think general contingency reserve or operating reserve, what are we calling it?
Let's just be super clear, the operating contingency reserve.
Thank you, operating contingency reserve. Okay, so we got a mover and seconder for 125. All in favor? Let's get the hands up, folks. All in favor, and that's passed. The next item up is presentation by Amy Terrell for the Boys and Girls Club, and they're requesting $50,000. Is there, Councillor Warren?
I'll make a motion that we support the $50,000. They do an absolutely amazing job.
Thank you. Second, Councillor McDonald, are you seconding that?
Yes, just to clarify, we're just going to the 50,000 for this year, but we aren't going to approve the 100,000 for 225.
No, we're only dealing
Only
with
doing
the 50,000 for this year.
Okay, I'll second that then.
They can come back,
Yes.
next year.
Okay. Yep.
Did you wish to speak to it as a mover?
I think everybody supports what a great job they're doing. Most of us were over there, and I was so impressed. So I really want to help them out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yo, do you have something?
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, on this motion as well as the last motion, staff recommends somehow tying a third quarter reporting process to it. Should that be in the motion itself, or are we just going to rely on the message be forwarded to them?
We'll include it in the motions.
Thank you.
Okay. Third quarter reporting. So we have a mover and seconder. All in favor? All in favor? And that's passed. The next item up is the Community Foundation of Kawartha Lakes, $250,000. And my recommendation on this is that that the Community Foundation be referred to staff for review and report back to council by end of second quarter. And if anybody wants to move that, I'm fine. Right now, I don't see what they're doing. Councillor Yo, are you moving that? Okay. Is there a seconder? Councillor Joyce. I don't think that there is sufficient information on how we would work with them, and I think staff needs to have a discussion and meet with them and see if there are opportunities here or whether there is no opportunity. But at this point, my personal preference is not to fund $250,000 to the Community Foundation. Councillor Warren?
So I think they're going to be good partners, and I like the idea of getting, staff in on this and working with them, but I'm wondering if I could do a friendly amendment and put $50,000 towards their ask for this year.
You can do a friendly. Who's the mover and seconder on this? Emmett's the mover. Are you taking the friendly, Councillor Yo?
I really would like to, but I'd like to wait for the report, and by the end of the second quarter, at that time, if staff's happy and they put my mind more at ease, because I don't fully understand the project, the process, the format of the whole situation. Part of me it feels like we're giving the Lions Club $250,000 to hand out. I know it's not even close to that, but I can't get my mind around it, and I want more understanding of it. So at this time, I'm going to say no, it's not friendly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce, did you?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, I seconded it. And I actually, Councillor Yo said it all. I need to understand the business model better. I sense there's a good return on investment here, but and it's something we should invest in, but I need more information to go that direction.
I agree. So we got a mover and seconder. All in favor? And that's passed. Next item on decision unit is Councillor Perry's memorandum asking for $700,000 for the environmental assessment for the Fenelon Falls second crossing. There, you see the answer. I will add to that. Director Rojas, you and I and Councillor Perry had a conversation where we talked about the money for this coming as an early start in fall of 2024. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, another option would be to have this project as an early start in the 2025 budget process, which means that it would get an early start approval of September-ish 2024.
Thank you. Seeing that, Councillor Perry, what is your wish on this?
Sure, just had a couple of questions. I mean, were this to be passed today, the start time wouldn't be that much different, would it, in terms of months on the work?
No, but the money would be different.
Understand. It's just what's happened, of course, is this is being part of a long-standing second crossing project. Money was said to be as the next step in this budget year, and it's being quickly overtaken by events. We were at the Transportation Master Plan open town hall meeting in Fenelon last week. You know, people are wondering why things aren't happening, where things are coming, where things are at, especially given the amount of new development that's on the books. And so to be able to start this as soon as possible is certainly a priority. If there's not a funding commitment today, the early start, as long as there's a commitment for the early start to begin earliest possible coming up next year, that's something that, especially would it be covered 100% from development charges, I think that's what we're able to live with, provided that we have that commitment.
So, Councillor, would you be comfortable making a motion that this be brought forward as an early start project for the 2025 budget?
Yeah, in terms of our budgeting for this season, what's going on, and if that's a commitment that we can put in the window, then I will so move.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Richardson. Okay. So you're getting a commitment that is going to be brought forward as an early start, right? Did you want to speak to it? No? All in favor? And that's passed.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Whoa, whoa, what? Sorry.
I got my hand up here. When did we approve the Fenelon second crossing, go and build a new bridge and all that stuff? When did the council approve that?
We didn't. What we're approving is an EA.
Right, so when did we approve spending $700,000 to even do an EA on it? It hasn't even come back to council for final decision.
No, but it's going to be brought forward.
Last time a consultant came back, we asked them to come back with other options, and those options haven't come back. We haven't seen anything since the first time they came. We killed the intersection project, part of it, and now we're still going to carry on $700,000 EA to discuss putting a bridge across the river, expropriating property, and going through a village that doesn't want to be gone through in battle. So the people are asking when it's going to happen. Well, the people are asking when it's going to die. The same amount of people. So I'm confused whether we're earmarking an early start on something that I think needs a hell of a lot more discussion in that chamber.
When it comes forward as the early start, you will have the opportunity to do that. You will have the opportunity to speak against it if you wish to. You'll have the opportunity to say we don't need to do an EA up there, or we can do something else. All of those things are on the table, but if we don't at least do the EA, we don't even know if it's possible to do the project.
Where's the answers I asked for a year and a half or 2 years ago when I said we had a perfectly good $3 million bridge we just put in 2 miles up the road, and why not install some signage and say, hey, listen, there's a bypass right here. You have to make a right and a left, and you're in the same place you would be if you put a new $8 million bridge and expropriated people's cottages. It's exactly the same, but they have to drive an extra 4 kilometers. So to me, it just makes no rational. We could put signs up, we could put an education system out there and use the new $3 million bridge we just put in. Anyway, I guess I'm going to wait till September and fight this battle with the room full of people from Battle. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we have a vote on that? All in favor of the motion? And that passes. Moving on to our last item, Councillor Warren.
Through you, actually, yeah, Battle is in my ward, and just to let people know that an environmental assessment, we'll see if it can be done or not, right? So it's not a done deal, and I don't want people to get upset. Thank you.
They probably will get upset anyway. Last item on unfunded decision units is a request from Councillor Warren.
It's not the last one. If you remember, you won't forget me. So just that it's not the last one. Thank you.
This request is from Ross Memorial Hospital for $200,000 to their capital campaign. While they didn't come on the night of the public meeting, they did meet with CAO Taylor and myself earlier in the year. We explained to them that while we had given them $1 million in each of the previous 2 years, that probably wasn't on the table. They then suggested that anything we could do to help out would be greatly appreciated. Councillor Smeaton.
I'd like to move that we accept the $200,000, Mr. Mayor, and I'm really pleased that this has come forward. As someone who sits on the hospital board, this is money well spent, and we know how much we need to support the hospital if and when we can, so thank you.
Councillor Perry, you seconding that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. The motion will be that Ross Memorial Hospital in the amount of $200,000 be included in the proposed 2024 budget funded from, what are we calling it? The Operating Contingency Reserve. Correct? Anybody wish to speak to it? Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. I'm supporting it. I think that this is moving in the right direction because the first few years we've given $2 million. I was on the hospital board for 3 years, and it was a great opportunity to learn about how the place operates. I know that this is going towards capital, and we have a foundation there that does a phenomenal job. They know how to raise money and contact people and get the community involved, engaged. And we've had some corporate donations, which has been helpful, and not to mention citizens, regular citizens who donate, and corporations. But I know that people will ask, well, if we're going to put more money in the hospital, the first thing you do to go to the hospital most of the time is you're going to the ER, and we're having a shortage of doctors. Like, could maybe perhaps instead of capital all the time, I know they have different mechanisms to raise money for capital. I'm not telling them what to do, but I'm just saying that people would like to see money spent, say, hiring 1 or 2 more doctors in the emergency. That seems to have more of an impact, like right now, because the equipment is being updated. Actually, a new CT scan was installed this year, which is great. But the issue with the public now is more, doctors.
We do fund the healthcare initiative, which is what Councillor Warren referred to previously, to expand it from just looking for doctors to also getting nurse practitioners. But we do, with the Ross Memorial, we do fund the healthcare initiative. We pay 50% of it, and their job is to go and find doctors.
Well, that's good, and I think they should be maybe trying to get I wouldn't say prioritize hospitals, but we've lost an emergency room in Minden, and we're down to a select group of hospitals. Our closest hospital is Ross Memorial Hospital, right in this geographical area, in Greater Lindsay area. But we're talking about Kawartha Lakes. Lots of people go to different hospitals, Soldiers or Peterborough, Haliburton, just to name a few, Port Perry. But I think it's really important that we emphasize to the hospital that they could hire more doctors in the ER, because I know that we're losing doctors going to the ER and they're working there full time, which is their prerogative, but we need the hospital to be maybe a little bit more engaged in trying to attract more doctors to the ER, because that's what people want. They're tired of the wait times.
Well, I can tell you that in my discussions with them, it's a full-time job trying to get doctors, and it's a very competitive field. Councillor Perry.
Certainly just speaking in support of the motion and in support of this decision unit. However, it was in CEO Taylor's presentation on housing and growth that there seems to be an ever creep of provincial responsibilities that we're asking and being asked more to take on and contribute to with, for example, less development fee revenue. Hospitals are a provincial jurisdiction. So I'll support the motion, and then I'd like to make a follow-up if I could, Mayor.
Certainly. I'll get back to you on the follow-up. Councillor Joyce.
I was just going to point out that the doctors are paid for by the province. It's the capital needs of hospitals where they need municipal support.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton, do you want to sum up?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, thanks. I just want to make sure we're not appling and oranging here. This is $200,000 to a capital campaign. With all due respect to Councillor Ashmore, as a member who sits on the committee, it's actually an integrity issue for me to start commenting on the operational decisions of the hospital. I'm not willing to do that. I am willing to support this initiative, and I think we've had enough conversations about healthcare over this last year that we know exactly where operational dollars come from the province. Some capital comes from the province, but not all, and some is raised by the hospital. So, if this is a situation where we're getting pretty off track, in my opinion, I think the people, if we had a switch to get doctors, I'm quite confident we'd all be flicking it. So everybody's trying very hard to do all the right things, and I think this is a very, very strong statement from us to support the hospital's capital situation as best we can. Thanks.
Thank you. That was sum up. All in and that passes. Councillor Perry, you had a follow-up.
I do, just in terms of this being a provincial matter in terms of healthcare funding. I understand the difference in the designation, and thank you for pointing that out, Councillor Joyce. I would just like to see and direct that the CAO and Mayor write an advocacy letter to the Minister of Health with regard to funding for local healthcare initiatives such as these, in consultation with Ross Memorial Hospital, so that it's done as helpfully as possible, so that we do put money, but we also follow that up with advocacy on the issue and make sure that the province knows that we're doing this and that it's also being held to account for the funding.
So are you're making a motion that
the motion is to direct the CAO and Mayor to write an advocacy letter to support funding for Ross Memorial Hospital to the Minister of Health in collaboration with Ross Memorial Hospital.
Thank you. Seconder for that, Councillor Ashmore. Do you wish to speak to it some more, Councillor Perry, or you have?
I guess I wouldn't want a letter to go without in consultation with the Ross, because they're living this their front row. So that's why I'd added that to the motion. So It's not simply us acting unilaterally without being informed by the hospital itself.
Councillor Ashmore, did you wish to say anything?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a great motion, and we need to get the provincial government to talk to us because it's impacting on us. We want our hospitals to flourish. But we've got a behemoth of a health bureaucracy in Ontario and in Canada. I remember 20 years ago when they put out $40 billion, by then Prime Minister Martin said that was going to be the be-all, the end-all to help healthcare in Canada. Where'd that $40 billion go? I have no idea. And we're still trying to fund healthcare and trying to figure this one out, but we need to be in a position of strength, and right now we're in a position of weakness, and we need I think this motion will do this. Thanks.
Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I have a question for the clerk. If I've read my procedural bylaws right through the hospital, this addition, the motion from Councillor Perry, because it has in tandem with the Ross, this letter, I think I have to declare pecuniary interest. I'm not supposed to be any part of operations of the hospital. Is that correct? I'm on the board of directors only? I think I need to remove myself from this motion.
I'm sorry, I can't advise you.
Okay. I'll do it on the chance, on erring on the side of caution, if should this. I'm not comfortable with, through conversations I've had and what I've learned this year, I'd rather remove myself from anything that might be a decision that could look like I'm interfering with operations. Now, if it was not in tandem with the Ross, then I would certainly have something to say.
Thank you. We will exclude you. Pretend you're not here. Okay. All in favor? And that passes. That's the end of our unfunded decision units. No, it's not. Councillor Warren, would you like to make your motion?
Well, so inadvertently, the $100,000, the motion that I made, I don't have the motion in front of me, unfortunately, back in October, that $100,000 be put in the budget for economic development, not-for-profit organizations. I don't have the resolution right in front of me. Maybe staff do, and they could read that. There was a friendly that the mayor made, that it come to budget, and that this $100,000 would help fund operating for organizations such as chambers of commerce, that sort of thing, that bring economic development to the city. So
Well, it wouldn't be chambers of commerce because they're already included elsewhere.
they're not.
Yes, they are.
So that got added, but it wasn't when I made that motion. So it was just arts and culture.
Hang on, Miss Mustard's on the line. Could you confirm whether there is a program that funds the chambers of commerce for their participation in tourism?
Currently, the cultural operating program that council approved earlier this fall is for cultural organisations only. It does not include chambers of commerce. Chambers of commerce currently do receive some funding from council with relation to the Summer Tourism Experience program, which is a $15,000 program for each of them to support the hiring and activities related to summer tourism activities.
And that's $15,000 each for
each chamber.
Yeah, thank you. Back to you, Councillor Warren.
So if staff could read my resolution, I'd really appreciate it.
I have it right here.
Okay, thank you.
It says that $100,000 to support the operating costs of not-for-profit community-based organizations that are actively engaged in local economic development initiatives be included as a decision unit for consideration as part of the 2024 budget process. And that if this decision unit is approved, staff report back with a proposed program framework and policy for consideration to launch in Q1 2024.
Thank you. So that would also include the chambers of commerce, other organizations that bring direct economic development to the city. A lot of these organizations, they can fund capital, but they can't fund operating. It's very difficult for them. So that's why I brought that forward, this motion. So unfortunately, it inadvertently got missed, else it would have been in the package. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Ash. Do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, we heard it right there, fresh information that the Chambers of Commerce are not included, and like they do a lot of work, and I know, for example, just as we'll talk about the Lindsay Chamber of Commerce, it covers everywhere from Manila to Fowler's Corners, an incredible amount of distance and communities that go along Highway 7, including, of course, Lindsay, but it's not just Lindsay, it's so many different communities. And I think that this does help with operating in these organizations, and they're starving for funds, and they're doing their best, and they do bring in money, they do bring in opportunities to the community. So I hope you support it.
Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you. I'm just looking for some clarification. If we are already providing some operational funding through ACDEV with the $15,000 for their student programs, and they do have membership fees that are part of their operational costs, I'm struggling with this one. I'm just putting it on the table.
Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, this is starting to take a interesting tack. The motion has nothing to do with the Chamber of Commerce. The motion is much more than the Chamber of Commerce. We've decided to all of a sudden announce. So if Councillor Ashmore wants to bring forward a memo at some council meeting and encourage funding for the Chamber of Commerce, that would be a conversation I suppose to have. But this particular unit is completely much more and much different. I think you've articulated well. It could be included in, of course, and you mentioned that. I'm not taking away from that, but I can't help but think about the tour we took of the gardens, Crayola Gardens, Binney and Smith. And there's an example of a group who have accomplished their operational goals the way it's supposed to happen. We have this person helping this person, partnering with the United Way, and as a result, you end up with a commodity that the community sees operating well, and they work together. If this, in my opinion, I don't struggle with this one, because for me, this is a matter of, I don't know how you could possibly not open the door for a Pandora's box of options, number one. And similar to sitting on the chest fund and why it currently is non-operational, the criteria to track it and make it accountable, I just can't see how that's even remotely possible. And again, if you look at the United Way and Crayola and the Sir Sanford Fleming, there are ways that these groups that are small and struggle with getting operational funds, that they do succeed. It's not that we have a whole community full of people not having success in those departments. So I can't support it. Sorry. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Yule.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, speaking in favor of the motion, these groups, including the chambers, and I know they are funded for summer programs and stuff like that. I'll keep them out of the conversation, but there are times when they really struggle. The groups that Councillor Warren is going after do a lot of work for the economic development of the city, bringing in visitors, sporting events, all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to speak in favor of it, because sometimes they need a little help as well. So I think it's a good motion. It includes everybody, and I hope council supports. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
On the surface, I really like the idea, but there's just not enough detail. I don't, like, what groups? How's the money going to be spent? If we can have a framework, a report, it's something tangible, I would vote for it. But right now I cannot, because it's just too much.
Well, the motion is asking for a staff report back.
Oh, okay.
With a proposed program, framework, and policy for consideration.
I heard $100,000 thrown out there. So. I clearly heard
too many figures today.
There's a report coming back.
So all we're voting on is just for a report to come back.
We're approving $100,000 and a report back on how it will be administered.
I will vote for a report only, not the $100,000. And then based on that report, then I will take a second vote on the $100,000, maybe more.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Speaking in favor of the motion. I mean, last year, I believe it was Councillor Yo that added the additional funds to be allocated for chambers of commerce specifically at that time, and it was passed unanimously, if my recollection is correct. This fund has, I think the parameters haven't strayed from the past in terms of what staff will report back to us. I'm sure it will be well within reason, and we have that oversight. And I would say that this, for the reason that's been spoken already in favor of this addition to that funding, and we have definite accountabilities in place to be able to allocate this $100,000, which we have available.
Councillor McDonald.
Yes, through you. I also kind of agree too. There's a lot of nonprofit organizations in town, and you might find out that anywhere in the city of Kawartha Lakes that you might find that there might be hundreds of them. Okay, there's a lot of work that happens out there that people don't even know about. So when you say $100,000, you might only be looking at $5,000 or $10,000 for each organization, right? When you really look at it. So I think if you look at it that way, as long as, and I have to agree with Councillor Joyce, is that it would be nice to have the report first, but again, there's so much to look at with nonprofit that we can't keep on ignoring nonprofit organizations. It's really needed. So,
Councillor Smeaton. Oh, corporate. Ms. Bokaboom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to follow up on a comment that was just made, that the funds are available. If we were referring to just the $400,000 we set aside in the operating general contingency, we have $15,000 remaining based on the discussion and the motions just made. So on the expert advice of the treasurer and her team, we would recommend, if you were considering this to your motion, you would add that it be funded from the Economic Development Reserve.
I was going to say that before sum up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Where am I? Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Can we have the motion reread, please? Thanks.
Yes. That $100,000 to support the operating costs of not-for-profit community-based organizations that are actively engaged in local economic development initiatives be included as a decision unit for consideration as part of the 2024 budget. Well, scratch that, we are considering it. And that if the decision unit is approved, staff report back with a proposed program, framework, and policy for consideration to launch in Q1 2024. And the funding come from the Economic Development Reserve. Councillor Yo.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. And just not tying it to funding, as Councillor Joyce and all due respect, the money is earmarked from a reserve. So if the report comes back and council doesn't like the situation by then the money stays in the reserve. It's not coming from any place that it can't stay. So just a comment I want to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren, would you like to sum up?
I definitely would. I have to stress, this isn't just every little community group. It's economic development. So groups that bring economic development into our community. I can think of a couple in my ward. We have Impact 32. We have Environmental Action Bob Cajun. And they can raise all sorts of money for capital, but they cannot raise operating to, it might be only $5,000 for their insurance. But I think the salient point here is that it's economic development. That's the point. And arts and culture bring economic development into our community. And I support it 100%, but there are other community groups out there doing great things too that need help. So I hope you'll support this. Thank you.
That was sum up. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That passes. Okay, hang on. I got to see where we're going next here. So we're now going to questions and answers on the proposed 2024 special projects budget. Before we get there, Ms. Bokaboom, would you like to recap where we are in terms of percentages?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, thank you. We are still at 2.99% plus 1.5 for the capital infrastructure levy.
Thank you. So special project budget, page 61, first item, Deputy Mayor Richardson, update to our official plan review. Are you happy with the answer?
Yep, that's a great answer. Thank you so much. I just was looking for an update.
Thank you. Councillor Perry, source separated organic bins.
Asked and answered. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Warren, twice, integrated waste management strategy. And library master plan.
Yeah, I'm fine because it's not in there now, so thank you.
Councillors Perry, Warren, and McDonald, City Hall Heritage Walk design. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is one I'm struggling with simply because I know it's only $76,000, but that's still a lot of money for a walkway here at City Hall. Given the financial pressures that a lot of people are under, is it the time for really spending $76,000 on a walkway here at City Hall? To me, that would be an expense for better times, but I'd like to hear from my other councillors.
Councillor Warren.
I had the same concerns, trying to find some savings, if somebody can explain. Well, it's explained pretty well, so I'm fine.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Through you, I'm on the same wavelength as the other two councillors, is that I don't think it's needed at the time. And maybe in the future we can find the money to do that, but we have many other things that the money has to go to, and it's time to slow up a little bit. Thanks.
Thank you. Director, did you want to speak to it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council. We've tried to provide some information in the response portion of this. Recognize and understand the concerns that are raised. As the response provides, this is something that all three parties, previous council has endorsed, staff certainly support, and the public as well have raised their desire for this as providing that, again, we call it a heritage walk. It's really just utilizing the space in City Hall to recognize the history and the heritage of the city. We already do it in certain ways. It would allow us to do it more, but at the same time, it would allow us to maximize the use of the location. So I believe council is aware that currently right now, the Victoria Room is used for other purposes, weddings and stuff like that. This will allow us to sort of do that next phase of the improvements that are going on at City Hall to better provide that service as well. So yes, the Heritage Walk is a big portion of it, but it really is the next phase of the improvements that are taking place at City Hall.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
I like the first 6-7 words. There's been a desire by the public, and I've always said my job is to vote what my constituents want. Sometimes I vote in a way that personally I don't like it, but I know my constituents want it that way. That's the way. So that's the way I go. That's the way I roll. So desire by the public. If this is what they want, I'm all for it. It is part of our culture, so I'm in favor of moving in this direction.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
This be summation? I guess.
No, I got a couple others.
Okay, I'll speak in summation.
Councillor McDonald. Councillor Smeaton, you haven't had a shot.
I'll be quick and support the council, the motion on the floor. Of course, it's going to be a great thing if and when it happens. It'll be nice, but it's just the wrong time for me. And to Councillor Joyce's point, desire by the public, and that is, I'm sure Director Shanks is right. I have public that would say the opposite. You're kidding me. You decorated the second floor of City Hall in the midst of there's public that'll weigh in either way, I think, if we were to consult. And so for me, I support Councillor Perry's motion.
Thank you. Councillor Ashman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the Director of Community Services. So when this building was renovated in the last 5 years, we took these historical pictures as an example off the wall, and there former wardens, Reeves, and other people that were served, formerly Victoria County and now City Kawartha Lakes. But was that not in a budget? Once we got the walls completed, the renovations done in the hallways, especially the ground level here, that those pictures would be put back and the money was already budgeted for that? That's what I thought was going to happen, but I don't see these pictures. They've never been rehung, if that's the right way of saying it. But the pictures, the portraits and whatnot that we used to have here. So are they being stored in a certain spot? Where are they being stored right now, and why weren't they put back after the hallway was renovated in the first place, so we wouldn't have to incur this extra 67,000, I think it is?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. They are being stored right now. I actually believe they're in storage in the basement of this facility. They're either here or over at 31 Mary Street. Not sure where they're stored, but they're certainly being stored safely. This step is part of the plan to allow for them to be rehung. So when you're talking about, was it part of the plan? Yeah, that's what this is. If it's pushed back a year, deferred by a year, then it will be whenever the year is that's chosen for them to be rehung. As far as the costs, and you're saying if it was budgeted for at that time, it would have been the additional costs at that time. When the money was asked for, it wasn't mattering, but this is part of the next phase, is to again recognize the heritage and the history of the city and this facility, to hang some of those pictures. There was a decision at that time that where they were located was not the best location of them as well. So this is to develop that design to determine where they can be best hung, what the best uses of the various hallways and other rooms in this facility are, to again recognize that heritage and history, as well as to better utilize and maximize the space.
So in your opinion, though, people, when they come in, would they want to go to the second floor, get in the elevator, get in the lift, and go upstairs and or go up the stairs? Would it not be more enticing or more practical to have it on a ground level instead of having to have a upstairs?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Again, there is no specific area right now that is being highlighted as for where they will go. You will recall as well that many of the main floors were being used for public art hanging as well. That will be part of the concept moving forward. Right now, the upstairs portion, Victoria Room, is used as the sort of the overflow for council chambers and people of the public coming to watch council if they're here. So they are already going up there for various reasons. But again, there's no determination right now on anything will be hung in any particular hallway or room. This is a design that will put that in place.
Yeah.
CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I wanted to expand on it a little bit, because although the title is Heritage Walk, which will be a core feature, it's essentially the next phase of renovations to City Hall. And some of the elements have been mentioned. It's programming the upper floor for our heritage and culture. It will be a return to some of the past items, artifacts that were hung, but there's many new ones that have been in storage for 20 plus years, for example. We want to display them properly. We want to program the space upstairs as well. And set it up for, it was mentioned, we have regular weddings in these facilities. We also, it was mentioned, but a big part of this is making space for a public art program that we suspended during the pandemic. And we were displaying art on a rotating basis in city hallways, and we want to continue to do that. But it's essentially looking at it holistically. I appreciate the title says Heritage Walk's very specific. The last thing I'll just say is the reason that it's timed the way it is we are targeting Jan 1, 2026 is the 25th year celebrations of the amalgamated city. And we'll be looking at sort of displaying and hosting and celebrating that in this building at that point and beyond as well. So this is part of those lead-in steps to being ready for that.
Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, through you. I also would Councillor Joyce said that I desire to help the public too, but I've been on council here for a year now, and I haven't had one person come up to me and ask me to have this done. So I don't know where this public came from, but you'd think after being on the job for a year that somebody would have come up and talked to myself that this was needed, and I haven't seen that. So I can't, until I get some more information and stuff like that from the public, I guess, what it's saying here, I will not support that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Perry, would you like to sum up?
Just summation, I was going to make Councillor McDonald's point in terms of, supporting the public's desire. Neither have I had any contact, and wasn't included any data or information or statistics on where this measurable public desire has come from. And in addition to that, great project, sounds super. As Councillor Smeaton had mentioned, just the timing, given cost of living and expenses out there this year, I stand with my motion to have this not approve this budget cycle.
Hang on a sec, I'm going to give you the motion to make, but first I want to know, what was the funding source for this, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the funding source was $75,000 in tax levy through the operating budget that supports the special projects budget. So you would have a choice of reducing the 2.99% or transferring this to the asset management reserve to remain intact at 2.99.
Councillor Perry, what's your poison?
Let's reduce the tax burden.
Pardon?
Use it to reduce the tax burden even minimally.
Reduce the tax, okay. So your motion is going to be that City Hall Heritage Walk design be removed from the proposed 2024 budget in the amount of $75,000. Okay?
Do I need to add and that money be assigned to reducing the income tax level?
No, it will
automatically.
It'll automatically happen.
I so move as written.
Okay. And who was the seconder on that? Councillor McDonald. All in favor? That passes. Any thoughts on where we are now, Ms. Bokaboom?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with the reduction of $75,000 from the previously quoted 2.99, you are now at 2.94% general city operating plus 1.5 capital infrastructure levy.
Thank you. We now have Councillor Warren. You had a question on downtown revitalization. Are you good with it? That completes the special projects budget. We now go to 2024 water and wastewater budget questions. And we have two from Councillor Warren. The first one, general question about reaching out to the province for grants for water and wastewater. Has there been recent discussions regarding our unique situation and growth? Are you satisfied with the answer?
Yes and no. We are unique, and I think almost every year people bring this up, but we have so many plants, and it's going to be so difficult. Anyway, if from a political point of view, I think it's cognizant that we all, when we're going to AMO conferences and whatever, to actually meet with ministers and let them know how unique we are, and that we have so many water and wastewater plants that it's very difficult to fund, especially with all the growth that's going to happen. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Richards.
Thank you, and I'll actually add to that thought, as Councillor Warren has alluded to the fact that we do have 27 different systems in the city of Kawartha Lakes since amalgamation, and that is a burden for us to continue with, and maybe at this time we should be going after the province and see if they'll take back some of those water treatment plants, right? Create a new deal, right? Anyways, I just had to put that out there.
Thank you. And your other question, Councillor Warren, was why such an increase on the Bobcaygeon water system? Happy with the answer?
I'm fine with that. And just on what Councillor Richardson said, maybe they'll upload some of the provincial roads that were downloaded in the late 90s.
Of course they will. Hey, Councillor Smeaton.
Just brought a question to my mind, a question for you or the CAO. What delegation, what minister would be asked, like say it was a Roma delegation that was asked of, what minister would this even be?
Probably infrastructure. We got to go back and receive 7.1, a new mover and seconder that the proposed special projects budget question and answer document for the city of Kawartha Lakes be received. Councillor Warren, Councillor Yeo, all in favor? And that passes. And I need, for 8.1, that the proposed 2024 water and wastewater capital and operating budget and answer document for the city of Kawartha Lakes be received. Councillor Warren again. Seconder, Councillor Yeo. All in favor? And that passes. That's it, folks. We need a confirming bylaw.
Can we just get a final recap for today before we adjourn?
Ms. Bokaboom?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the Deputy Mayor. The operating budget is at 2.94% with the one reduction to special projects this afternoon. Special dedicated capital infrastructure levy remains at 1.5%, and your water and wastewater budget still remains at the 3% per the long-term plan.
Great, thank you. And I also want to flesh out that this term of council and this budget is actually catching up with $22 million with deferred projects that we're addressing this year too. So that's another good news story for today.
Absolutely. I think we've done a great job, staff and council, with this budget. I didn't think when we started out we had a shot at getting anywhere near 3%. So where we are right now, going forward, I think we've done a real service to the citizens of Kawartha Lakes. If they compare us to other municipalities, I sent a thing to the CAO yesterday where all of the residents of one town in BC came out because the tax increase for the year was 40%. You know, so we're pretty paltry at 2.94 and 1.5. We all wish that it could be zero or even lowered. But when you compare to what the cost of living is and how our costs have gone up for things like calcium chloride and a whole number, and our market adjustment for staff and union contracts and everything else, I think that just everybody's done an outstanding job here, and I congratulate you all and thank you for your time and patience. And if I can get a confirming bylaw. Councillor Yeo, Deputy Mayor Richardson, all in favor? And that passes. And can I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Perry, Councillor Yeo, All in favor? Thank you all, and I'll see you next Tuesday.